and Labor will come to order, and welcome everyone. I note that a quorum is present. Committee is meeting today to hear testimony on examining the policies and priorities of the U.S. Department of Labor. This is an entirely remote hearing, and all microphones will be kept muted as a general rule to avoid unnecessary background noise. Members and witnesses will be responsible for unmuting themselves when they're recognized to speak or when they wish to seek recognition. I'll also ask that members please identify themselves before they speak. Members should keep their cameras on while in the proceeding. Members will be considered present in the proceeding when they are visible on camera, and they'll be considered not present when they're not visible on the camera. The only exception to this is if they're experiencing technical difficulties, and inform the committee staff of each such difficulty. If any member experiences technical difficulties during the hearing, you should stay connected on the platform. Make sure you're muted and use your phone to immediately call the committee's IT director, whose number was provided in advance. Should the chair experience a technical difficulty or need to step away, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Yarmouth, or any other majority member is hereby authorized to assume the gavel in the chair's absence. This is an entirely remote hearing, and as such, the committee's hearing room is officially closed. Members who wish to sit with their individual devices in the committee room must wear headphones to avoid feedback, echoes, and distortion resulting from more than one person on the software platform sitting in the same room. Members are also expected to adhere to social distancing and safe healthcare guidelines, including the use of masks, hand sanitizer, and wiping down their areas before and after their presence in the hearing room. In order to ensure the committee's 5-minute rule is adhered to, the staff will be keeping track of time using the committee's field timer. The field timer will appear in its own thumbnail picture and will be named 001_timer. There will be no 1 minute remaining warning. The field timer will show a blinking light when the time is up, and members and the witnesses are asked to wrap up promptly when their time has expired. While roll call is not necessary to establish a quorum in official proceedings conducted remotely or with remote participation, the committee has made it a practice whenever there's an official proceeding with remote participation. I understand that the live feed is having a problem, and so we'll delay for just a minute while that's taken care of. I understand that the live feed is back on, and I will proceed. Members and the witnesses asked to wrap up promptly when their time has expired. While a roll call is not necessary to establish a quorum of official proceedings conducted remotely or with remote participation, the committee has made it a practice whenever there is an official proceeding with remote participation for the clerk to call the roll to make clear who is present at the start of the proceedings. Members should say their name before announcing that they are present. This helps the clerk and also helps those watching the platform and live stream who may be experiencing a few seconds delay. This time I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Scott is present.
Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney is present.
Mr. Sublime.
Sublime is present.
Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson is present.
Ms. Bonamici.
Suzanne Bonamici is present.
Mr. Takano.
Mark Takano is present.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams is present.
Mr. Desanier. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross is present.
Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal is present.
Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
Wild is present.
Mrs. McBath.
McBath is present.
Mrs. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes is present.
Mr. Levin. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens is present.
Mrs. Ledger Fernandez,
Ms. Leisure Fernandez is present.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones is present.
Ms. Manning,
Manning is present.
Mr. Mervan,
Mr. Mervan is present.
Mr. Bowman,
Mr. Bowman is present.
Mr. Pocan, Mr. Castro, Ms. Cheryl,
Cheryl's present.
Mr. Yarmouth, Mr. Espaillat, Mr. Mfume, Ranking Member Fox,
Fox is present.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Thompson,
Wilson is present.
Mr. Thompson, Mr. Walberg,
Wahlberg is virtually present.
Mr. Grothman, Ms. Stefanik, Mr. Allen, Mr. Banks,
present. Allen's present.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Comer, Mr. Fulcher, Mr. Keller,
president.
Mr. Keller, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Miller Meeks, Mr. Owens,
Owens present.
Mr. Good, Mrs. McLean,
McLean is present.
Mrs. Harshbarger, Mrs. Miller, Mrs. Sparks, Mr. Scott Fitzgerald,
Fitzgerald present.
Mr. Cawthorn, Mrs. Steele,
Still
Mrs. Let-
present.
Miss Letlow.
Hello, present.
Ask how you have Mr. Pocan recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Procan is not recorded present.
Pocan present.
May I ask how Mr. Grijalva's noted?
Mr. Grijalva is not recorded.
Mr. Grijalva's present.
Anyone else? If not, pursuant to, thank you. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, opening statements are limited to the chair and the ranking member. This allows us to hear from our witness sooner and provides all members with adequate time to ask questions. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Today, we're meeting to discuss the Department of Labor's budget for fiscal year 2022, and to examine the department's priorities to support workers, job seekers, retirees, and their families. I want to start by welcoming our distinguished witness, Secretary Marty Walsh, to the Committee on Education and Labor. We're grateful for your time and look forward to discussing your vision on how the Department of Labor can achieve the strong and shared economic recovery. I understand the department's priorities and policies. To understand the department's policies and priorities, we must first consider the labor market that you inherited. For years, the Trump administration made it harder for low-income and middle-class workers to succeed in America. While corporations made record profits and reaped an overwhelming share of the benefits from the almost $2 trillion GOP tax cut, many workers continued to work long hours and difficult jobs and still have trouble making ends meet for themselves and their families. Other policies include the Trump administration's overtime rule, which has stripped millions of middle-class workers of their right to receive overtime. The Trump administration's independent contractor rule, which the Biden administration recently withdrew, would have cost workers an estimated $3 billion every year in lost wages and benefits. And the Trump administration's abandoned nearly complete infectious disease standard when it took office. That standard was almost complete when the Trump administration came in, which would have been a valuable tool for OSHA to better protect workers against COVID-19. So Secretary Walsh, your task is to restore the Labor Department's focus on strengthening workers and their families. And thankfully, the Biden-Harris administration and congressional Democrats have taken decisive steps to turn our economy around and get workers back on their feet. For example, in March, the administration worked with Congress to enact the American Rescue Plan, which provided emergency funding to save our child care system from collapsing, offered health care subsidies to cover the full cost of COBRA benefits so that laid off workers can maintain affordable health coverage during the pandemic, provided emergency financial assistance, including relief checks, the expanded child tax credit, improved earned income tax credit. That assistance is projected to cut child poverty in half, and we fully protected the hard-earned pensions of over 1 million Americans who were projected to lose those pensions through no fault of their own. Not a single Republican supported the package, but it is producing results for workers, businesses, and communities. The economy has created 2.2 million jobs since the Biden-Harris administration took office. Unfortunately, we still have a lot of work to do to ensure that all workers benefit from a strong economy. Today, our economy remains more than 8 million jobs behind where we were at the start of the pandemic. This is why it is essential that we create millions of good-paying jobs by investing in our infrastructure and helping workers get the skills and support to fill those jobs. So, Mr. Secretary, we look forward to your testimony on how the American Jobs Plan and American Families Plan will make smart investments to build back a better economy to enable workers to get back to work. And we're interested to know what the budget does for affordable health, affordable child care, and to make college degrees more accessible, and how you plan to expand job training at a time when countless businesses are desperate for talented workers and workers are looking for new high-quality careers. We're also interested in what the budget includes for worker protection agencies, including OSHA, Wage and Hour Division, and Employee Benefit Security Administration that have faced decades of budget freezes and shrinking staff capacity. We also want to hear about the policies to reinvigorate the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs and what you will do to combat worker misclassification, wage theft, and what you'll do to expand overtime pay protections. And finally, we have to address the historic workplace safety crisis caused by the pandemic. In January, President Biden signed an executive order that instructed OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, to consider issuing an emergency temporary workplace safety standard, or an ETS, by March 15th. I understand that you will give us an update on the status of that standard. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. And I will now at this time recognize our distinguished ranking member for the purpose of her opening statement. Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the Secretary for being with us today also. A post-pandemic nation requires political leaders who support job creation and stand for all workers' interests, not special interests. Workers want to provide for their families and participate in what was, until last year, the most robust and dynamic economy in the world. Sadly, the Democrats' permanent pandemic status quo continues to inflict severe emotional and financial stress on Americans. People crave a reason to be optimistic about the future. Unfortunately, President Biden's proposed budget puts Washington's political class ahead of the working class. The Department of Labor's job-killing agenda comes at the worst possible time. Just yesterday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that job openings reached a record high of 9.3 million in April, while hiring lags far behind. Employers are desperate to fill good-paying jobs, but qualified workers are hard to find. Earn and learn models teach valuable skills and allow people to collect a paycheck at the same time. Yet Secretary Walsh shut down a popular industry-led apprenticeship model in one of his first decisions after taking office. If only DOL's anti-worker agenda stopped there, but that was simply the first wave. The tide of terrible decisions rose higher. Democrats spent trillions of our grandchildren's dollars on so-called stimulus policies. They expected massive growth. Instead, they're making excuses for one lackluster jobs report after another. Through their ill-advised and damaging unemployment insurance scheme, Democrats wound up creating an incentive for healthy Americans to stay home. It is not our constituents' fault. They're merely taking the better deal. 8-hour shifts are pointless when one can collect a perversely large unemployment check from the government. The Democrats' ill-conceived spending spree stripped away the dignity that comes from earning a paycheck. The Department of Labor then unleashed an ongoing tsunami, which is obliterating the positive policy initiatives of the Trump administration, along with pushing an unnecessary and ill-timed one-size-fits-all national emergency COVID-19 regulation, supporting a socialist healthcare agenda, denying American workers the opportunities to choose when, where, and how they work, and infringing on religious liberty. The Biden administration has provoked a strong sense of uncertainty among America's workers and job creators with its job-killing agenda. The Biden regulatory whiplash is manifest in our lethargic economic recovery. Job creators need certainty and flexibility from federal policymakers. Aggressive and punitive regulatory actions, coupled with competition from the government for workers' paychecks, place unsustainable costs on small businesses. Entrepreneurs propel our economy forward by creating jobs. Burying these burgeoning businesses in an avalanche of red tape hampers job creation. But that fact isn't stopping the Biden administration from planning a deluge of detrimental regulations. Perhaps most frustrating to our fellow citizens trying to build a better life for themselves is the Democrats' unabashed union favoritism. Democrats wasted no time gratifying the whims of big labor after taking hold the levers of federal power. I'll give them credit. House Democrats know how to reward those who butter their bread. The problem is they do so at the expense of American workers and taxpayers. In the first 150 days of the year, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle moved legislation to override the democratic will of the people by eliminating states' right to work laws and stripping essential privacy protections from workers. They promoted a $15 minimum wage, a radical proposal the Congressional Budget Office estimates will dump millions of workers in the unemployment line. Democrats continue to take care of big labor with a shameful taxpayer-funded pension bailout. The Democrats' radical Pro-Union Bosses Act initiates government-mandated union pickpocketing. The PRO Act skims the tops off workers' wages, regardless of whether they choose to be represented by a union, and transfers that money into the pockets of union organizers. Stealing from the poor to give to the rich is hardly progressive policymaking. Democrats trampled on American workers in their stampede to appease their political allies. And the latest Biden budget continues the betrayal of the working class. It doesn't have to be this way. It shouldn't be this way. We can work together for families. Republican policies facilitated unprecedented financial success for all Americans before COVID-19 devastated the world economy. The economic hangover created by the pandemic does not have to last forever. We could return to the dynamic growth of 2019 if Democrats acted in bipartisan good faith. Republicans have effective ideas to lower drug prices, offer reskilling opportunities for the workforce, and break down regulatory barriers to entrepreneurial success. But it requires willingness from the Democrats to work across the aisle. It requires an interest in elevating everyone, not just partisan allies. Secretary Walsh has much to explain today, and I look forward to hearing his testimony. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically in Microsoft Word format by 5 p.m. on June 23rd, 2021. It's now my honor to introduce our witness, Honorable Marty Walsh, who was sworn in as the 29th Secretary of Labor on March 23rd, 2021. He served as the mayor of Boston, Massachusetts for 7 years before becoming secretary. Prior to that, Secretary Walsh served as a state representative in Massachusetts and as the president of Labor's Local 223 in Boston. He earned a bachelor's degree from Boston College. And we appreciate the secretary for participating today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind you that we've read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8D and committee practice, you're asked to limit your oral presentation. You're asked to limit your oral presentation about 5-minute summary of your written statement. Before you begin your testimony, please remember to unmute your microphone. If you experience technical difficulties during your testimony or later in the hearing, you should stay connected to the platform to make sure that you're muted and use your phone immediately to call the committee's IT director, whose number was provided to you in advance. After your presentation, we'll move to member questions. When answering a question, please remember to unmute your microphone. You will see the timer that I referred to in my opening statement on the screen. So Secretary Walsh, it's an honor to have you with us today, and please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Fox, members of the committee. I'm grateful for this opportunity to outline the Biden-Harris administration's plan for strengthening the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and supporting the critical work of the Department of Labor in the President's fiscal 2022 budget. Since being sworn in as Secretary of Labor, I've been able to meet with working people and businesses throughout this country. American workers have carried us through the pandemic. They've struggled and they've sacrificed. What they want and deserve is access to high quality, good paying jobs to support their families and build back their communities. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share our vision for this meeting this moment. WIOA was a law that was signed into law in 2014 with the goal of modernizing our workforce systems to better reflect the needs of the 21st century economy. Today, we face even greater challenges. So we need transformative solutions like the President has proposed in the American Jobs Plan, the American Families Plan, and his fiscal 22 budget. That means, as Congress considers reauthorization of this law, we have a historic opportunity. We can strengthen WIOA and build on it by integrating the innovations provided in the American Jobs Plan. As members of the committee know, the impact of WIOA has been limited by deeply inadequate funding. The United States spends only 0.1% of its gross domestic products on workforce policy, compared to an average of 0.6% in other wealthy nations. This deficit leaves in place barriers to opportunity for much of our workforce, especially in marginalized communities, and it's a competitive disadvantage for our economy. The President recognizes the critical role workforce development plays in strengthening our economy and our competitiveness on the world stage. That's why he has proposed a historic investment of $100 billion over 10 years in workforce development. Much of this planned investment is dedicated to building the capacity of our current workforce system. It would support evidence-based programs developed through WIOA funding. Scaling these innovations will help meet the growing needs of employers and bring more workers into well-paying middle-class jobs. The President and I are also deeply committed to the equity in the American workforce. We have made equity a central component of WIOA's recommendations in the full budget. Many communities continue to face systemic racism and persistent economic inequality. They lack real access to critical job training programs and in-demand jobs. The president is committed to ensuring everyone can get a good paying, high quality job, including women, people of color, people with disabilities, veterans, transitioning service members, and their spouses. That commitment is central to building back better, and it's a core goal of the WIOA law. For these reasons, the administration's recommendations focus on 4 priority areas: aligning WIOA with key proposals in the American Jobs Plan, expanding access to high-quality training and service matched to good jobs, improving data, transparency, and accountability to promote equitable outcomes, and integrate workforce education and public assistance systems to reach workers and deliver for regional economies. I am eager to work with the committee to fully realize WIOA's potential and truly meet the needs of the 21st century economy and its workers. At the same time, we're also recognize that training is not enough. Training must lead to good quality jobs, jobs that pay family-sustaining wages and benefits, jobs with opportunities for career advancement through training and education, jobs with access to paid leave, and the assurance that workers can use their voice and organize to improve pay and working conditions. That's why the president's budget proposal advances the full mission of the Department of Labor. It not only invests in our workforce system, it takes a step to provide the first comprehensive update to the UI system in decades. It calls for reauthorization of the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, and it protects worker safety, paychecks, rights, and benefits by increasing funding for the department's enforcement agencies. I look forward to discussing these proposals with this committee as well. Under President Biden's leadership, we have the opportunity to build back better by building up our ability to serve the working people of America. I look forward to continuing our work together on these issues and other priorities. And before I end my statement, I'd just like a minute, Mr. Chairman, just to let people know OIRA has concluded the review of the ETS. Normally, there's a long delay between the conclusion of review and the publication of OSHA standards in the Federal Register. But our team is working to release the ETS on OSHA's website by this time tomorrow and speed up the release of the specifics. We know that there's lots of interest in the content of this rule, and we want to get more information on it. OSHA has tailored a rule that focuses on healthcare. That science tells us that healthcare workers, particularly those who have come into regular contact with people either suspected of having or being treated for COVID-19, are most at risk. OSHA has tailored a rule that reflects the reality on the ground, the success of all government vaccination efforts, plus the largest guidance from CDC in changing the nature of the pandemic. We also expect to release some updated guidance for general industry, which also reflects the CDC's latest guidance and tells employers how to protect workers who have not yet been vaccinated. So with that, I'll take questions on that. I look forward to the questions, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, and certainly appreciate your testimony. And we'll now have questions from members, beginning with the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being with us. As we heard, as we'll hear today, many of my Republican colleagues have talked about the so-called labor shortages, particularly in the leisure and hospitality sector, caused by, in large part, according to them, by the supplemental unemployment benefits that were provided and continue to be provided during this pandemic. The jobs report from Friday showed that unemployment in the sector actually increased by close to 300,000 in May, as the restrictions around the pandemic ease up in parts of the country. My question is, with all that being said, do you think that the real and persistent issue that our country faces, and that the Biden administration and yourself and congressional Democrats are trying to solve, is a shortage of good paying jobs, high quality jobs, wages that are being paid? Or is it just as caused by supplemental unemployment benefits that were provided during the pandemic as a recovery and a relief measure? Mr. Secretary, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman, for your question. First and foremost, I just want to say how grateful I am for the unemployment insurance system from the beginning of this pandemic. When COVID-19 really started hitting our cities across America, I was the mayor of Boston. And if we didn't have the unemployment insurance and Congress didn't act on unemployment insurance and the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan, we would have had a lot more devastation in our cities and towns across America. People would have lost their homes. People would have been thrown out of their apartments. People wouldn't have been able to put food on the table. We would have had a lot of crises. In the beginning of COVID-19, the economy literally was shut down what seemed like overnight, but over several days. To regenerate and restart our economy, it's going to take simply more than flipping a switch, as the president said the other day. I think that a lot of the concern people have is we have right now in America over 268 million people have been vaccinated. People still haven't been fully vaccinated. I think this is adding to people in the concern of going back to work. I think people are concerned about their health. I think lots of industries still aren't open yet. The encouraging signs are that the last 4 months, we've seen an addition of 540,000 new jobs added to the economy for each of the last 4 months. And as you pointed out, Mr. Congressman, you talked about the hospitality industry. We've seen the largest gains for 2 consistent months there. We're seeing that President Biden's economic plans are working. The American Rescue Plan is working. And we're seeing Americans every day more and more go back to work. And I think that we still have some inefficiencies that we have to deal with in childcare, in learning hybrid schools. So I'm encouraged with the signs that we're seeing and through the month of May. And I'm going to continue to be encouraged as long as the pandemic, the numbers continue to go down as we move forward here. But I will say this, I do not feel that the $300 bonus is keeping people out of work, if that was the original intention of your question. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the hearing and the Secretary for being with us, and I yield back.
Thank you. And I'll be recognizing members in order of seniority. And we ask you to notice the timer to keep within your 5-minute rule. So thank you, Mr. Grijalva. And the next person to ask questions will be the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Bob Scott, and thank you, Ranking Member Virginia Fox, for both of you, your leadership on the committee. Secretary Walsh, I represent the historic Savannah River site in Aiken, South Carolina. Many of the patriots who worked at this site are the persons who were successful for Cold War victory. Now they're eligible for Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program, the EEOICP. This office has had an issue of complaints when it comes to navigating the program and also barriers to appropriate care. Do you have plans to work with the stakeholders to develop a more transparent, equitable, and claimant-friendly adjudication process as Congress has intended?
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. I absolutely will work with you on that, and look forward to work with you. We should probably connect maybe after the hearing or the next couple of days. And obviously, your constituents are concerned, and the industry is concerned as a whole, workers. So I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you very much for that offer, and we will be in touch. And I appreciate your sincerity on that. Additionally, the Energy Employees Program in 2019, the Ombudsman report mentioned complaints regarding collection notices received for a bill that they thought was paid for by the program or in obtaining emergency home health care services. A paraphrase quote from the report is that, quote, stress from health problems combined with problems trying to resolve these medical bills and fear of financial impact arising from unpaid medical bills have led some claimants to assert they wish they had not filed the claim in the first place, end of quote. What steps do you plan to take to improve the medical claim adjudication process and delivery of promised goods to ensure that the medical providers are compensated in a timely manner?
Certainly, Congressman, this is an important issue, and we can definitely work better to make this program work on behalf of the workers and the people affected by it.
Thank you very much. And I also wanted, another question would be, the U.S. Department of Labor has recognized the apprenticeship South Carolina, a division of the South Carolina Technical College system, as a national model for providing apprenticeship expansion and for collaboration among state agencies engaged in workforce development. Through federal grants and supplemental state funding, Apprenticeship Carolina has been able to offer superior customer service to South Carolina businesses when it comes to navigating the burdensome federal apprenticeship program. And I'm really grateful that the Post and Courier newspaper in Charleston, South Carolina, where people have a very similar accent to yours in Boston, that in Charleston, the newspaper there has endorsed this program. And what are your efforts to promote apprenticeship programs?
Thank you for talking about this area. When I was going through my hearing back in March, Democrats and Republicans all agreed on opportunities for workforce development in community colleges. And it's a great opportunity for us to really make major investments in our community colleges to help young people that go to college or people going to college, whether they're on a pathway to college or a pathway to a career. So part of the WIOA reauthorization, part of the investment in the American Jobs Plan, all of this is we really need to take advantage. And when I say advantage, a good advantage of our community college system that's already in our country to be able to make the investments in those colleges so they can make the investment in the American workforce. So I look forward to working with your community college in your district, but also community college all across this country. And thank you for bringing this up in the hearing. I think this is one of the most important things when we think about the future of workforce development. Community colleges need to be at the table from the first day to the last.
Thank you again for your insight on that. And finally, a question in regard to the Inspector General's alert memorandum issued in February of this year identified more than $5.4 billion of potentially fraudulent unemployment insurance payments between March 2020 and October 2020, anticipating that the actual amounts could be significantly higher. I'm grateful that with the leadership in our home state, with Governor Henry McMaster in South Carolina, that we've been diligent in adopting tools to mitigate fraud through a cross-system checking, careful staff scrutiny of applications, and implementation of fraud indicators. What are you proposing for other states?
Well, right now, through the American Rescue Plan, there was a $2 billion investment, and our team at ETA is working right now on policy and looking at how do we look at all of the issues that came up during the pandemic, both before the pandemic, and how do we make sure that the UI system works on behalf of the American worker so we can eliminate the problems that we've seen.
Thank you very much, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next will be the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your May 4th visit up to Groton to visit the Electric Boat Shipyard and the home and the birthplace of the Fitzgerald Act Registered Apprenticeship Program. And I think we all got a very good opportunity to see the success of the Registered Apprenticeship Program with both the building trades and the shipyard workers. I'm going to ask you a question about that in a second, but I wanted to spend a minute. On April 4th, the House passed a OSHA bill, the Workplace Violence Prevention for Healthcare Workers and Social Workers. It passed actually with over 60% bipartisan margin. As you point out, the healthcare workforce, has been the true front line during the pandemic, but there's a colliding epidemic of workplace violence that this committee has documented through GAO. The Department of Labor has had voluntary guidance out there for a number of years, but it's not working. And COVID pandemic did not abate the incidence of assaults and unacceptable levels of violence in the healthcare sector. Again, I was pleased to see in your budget, you've allocated funding for OSHA to implement a workplace violence standard rule. And I hope, again, you'll help us in the Senate to try and achieve the same bipartisan success, which again, multiple healthcare professional groups and labor groups are supporting this bill. This is really about preventing burnout in a key sector of our economy.
Thank you, Congressman. It's great to see you again. And we did have a great visit that day. I want to thank you. And I want to thank you on your leadership in this important issue. All across America, we hear violence happening around healthcare, nurses, aides, doctors, and it's really an issue. OSHA strongly supports your bill that's being considered by the Senate. We're going to continue to push. In addition to that, that legislation, now is the time for OSHA to take the steps necessary towards developing a standard of addressing workplace violence. And I look forward to working with you and other members of this committee and members of the House and Senate to talk about that. I know that during the Obama administration, OSHA granted rulemaking petitions seeking such a standard, but the last administration took no action on that decision. So I look forward to working with you. This is an issue that, quite honestly, I worked on a bit when I was a state legislator back 25 years ago in the Massachusetts House of Representatives. So I look forward to working with you on it.
Great. I really appreciate that. Again, turning to, apprenticeships and workforce development. As I said, the two of us had a chance to sort of see firsthand, how you can size up a workforce really fast, as is happening at Electric Boat, and also use solid standards in terms of making sure that the training programs, both pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship, have real quality and high standards. Again, your testimony, written testimony, noticed that, again, the House passed the National Apprenticeship Act, which is the first update to the Fitzgerald Act, which passed in 1937. And again, could you talk about the way the WIOA funding and initiative and the jobs plan sort of dovetails in with the apprenticeship program?
Yeah, no, absolutely. First and foremost, just for the members of the committee, on that trip that when we visited Electric Boat that day, there were two young people there that were apprentices, and both of them expressed how they have an opportunity to earn a living now by being in the apprentice program, working for a company that actually does contracts with the federal government, and which is important. It's a win-win. And how one of them said that college was not for him, and if this opportunity was not presented to him, he wouldn't have had a way to earn a living. So right there's proof in that apprenticeships work, workforce development works. What we're looking at doing is making a major investment in apprenticeship programs through the American Jobs Plan. The president has allocated, I'm trying to get the exact figure, I think $285 million, which will create 2 million more registered apprentice programs in this country. And it will benefit every single district in the United States of America with young people that quite honestly might make decisions instead of going to college. They don't want to go to college, get into the workforce. And the minute they start working as an apprentice, they start giving into the economy. They start paying taxes. They start being part of society. They start earning a wage, earning a living, healthcare, all of that. So this investment of $200+ billion, I should say, not million, billion, is a great investment for the future of the workforce. Ranking Member Fox, in the very beginning, talked about people not being in the workforce. Some of this is about creating opportunities for some of those folks that want to better their life, want to be able to get in a better job, and there's no better way of doing it than through the WIO authorization, the investment in the American Jobs Plan, and really looking at workforce development and apprenticeships.
Very well said. Thank you. I yield back.
Next is, thank you, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us virtually today. First, let me start by saying that I sincerely appreciate your efforts as mayor of Boston to combat human trafficking. Eliminating this scourge in society is something I care very deeply about, and next week, my good friend and colleague, Representative Sablam, and I will reintroduce our Enhancing Detection of Human Trafficking Act to ensure the Department of Labor employees have the skills they need to detect cases of human trafficking in the workplace. And I look forward, Mr. Secretary, to working with you on this issue, as I know it's something we both care deeply about. Changing subjects, as we all know, on May 13th, the CDC said that fully vaccinated people can begin returning to normal life, mask-free, without the need for physical distancing in most settings. I hate to ask it this way, but I need to ask you a yes or no question. Does the department want citizens and state leaders to follow the guidance put out by the CDC? Yes or no?
I mean, can I just, before I answer that question, let me just, first, your first point, thank you very much for acknowledging that. We did a lot of work in the city of Boston. I look forward to working with you on human trafficking. We created a division within the Boston Police Department for human trafficking, and I'm not going to publicly say some of the other things we did because it's protection of the traffickers, but thank you for that. The answer to your question is it's hard to say yes or no, but yes, I'd like to see people back, would like to see people back to work. But there's a but there with the virus.
Yeah, but your department has decided to continue forward with an emergency temporary standard ETS that employers must adhere to in the workplace. Now, the Department of Labor rule has not yet been published, but per the president's executive order, the department must consider the requirements for masks to be worn in the workplace, and that concerns me. If you're working in a workplace.
Can I just clarify? So
Let me-
I didn't mean to cut, I just want to clarify, it's just in the medical.
Where everyone is fully vaccinated, should workers wear a mask?
This is in the, sorry, I don't know if you heard what in the beginning, just real quickly, just so I be clear, maybe I wasn't clear. This is just in the healthcare field. The standard is just for healthcare. All the other industries, it's going to be a guidance. So we're just talking in hospitals, in healthcare settings, with nurses, doctors, where you have potentially high risk of contact with COVID patients. So this isn't not blanket across the industries. It's just.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but I contend again, if you're fully vaccinated, you're protected. And I think we ought to follow the science at some point in time. And even giving guidance, I think is not truthful in the fact, if we want to follow the science, CDC says it's right. We've seen the impact, even here in Michigan, because of the vaccinated individuals, we've dropped below any surge going back to July of last year. So I think the answer should be, let's let people go back to work and do it in normal fashion. Cases are down and continue to decline. Hospitalizations are down. And as the president noted on June 2nd, over 170 million Americans have received the vaccine. Is the department's position that grave danger still exists to American workers?
I think that the answer to that, it's impossible for me to be able to answer that fully. I'm not a scientist, unfortunately. And I think that, you know, I like the signs of where we're headed with COVID-19. I love the fact that our numbers are going down. However, people are still dying and people still getting infected. But I want us to continue. Listen, in my previous role as mayor, one of the worst things that happened to
I
us.
suggest, with all due respect, I suggest we follow the science because, you know, to not do that, why would the Department of Labor continue its policy of issuing one-size-fits-all rule when the CDC is saying vaccinated people can start living normally? Let me move on from that. I don't think we're going to fully agree on that, but I hope we can move forward. The most recent jobs report reported 9.3 million vacant job openings in March. That's more than 1 million higher than at the end of April, and the fastest growth rate since July of 2020. Additionally, your own Inspector General pointed out that there's been at least 39.2 billion in waste and fraud in the pandemic unemployment programs at that by the end of September. Secretary Walsh, given the plunge in COVID-19 cases, the unprecedented challenges business of all sizes are experiencing in my district and many other places, is it time for this federal emergency employment insurance to be immediately terminated?
I can give you a simple answer to that, no.
Well, I tell you what, Mr. Secretary.
The gentleman's time is way over. Do you want to complete your thought with the gentleman from Michigan, complete his thought?
I guess to complete the thought says that what we're seeing in the real world with job providers here in the 7th District of Michigan and other places I've heard, this is having significant impact on people getting back to work. I think it's time to end it. Thanks for the discretion. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Walsh. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Secretary, I negotiated the Marianas eligibility for PUA and FPUC based on the Commonwealth government's experience in administering the Disaster Unemployment Assistance Program. and with no underlying UA system, delays were understandably expected. However, according to your department's Office of the Inspector General, it took 111 days for the first payment to be issued, the highest reported delay in implementation out of all jurisdictions. My constituents report delays in payments that have ranged from weeks to months. In some cases, approved individuals have been waiting over a year for payment since filing a claim last June. According to claims, the data provided in April by your department, the Marianas received over $383 million, but has spent $190 million of that, so just under half. What actions, Mr. Secretary, is your department taking to make sure that the aid Congress made available is getting to the people it was intended for in my district?
Thank you, Representative, and I appreciate your concern. I want to first say to you, the department is committed to working, obviously, with you and your office in Congress and OIG to ensure the proper administration of the UI program. This program, administration and integrity, we need to work hard to improve the distribution, I should say, of benefits. Sorry, I drew a blank there for a minute. We need to continue to work hard that this doesn't happen again. No worker should have to go through this. No area of our country should have to go through this. And I look forward to working hard with you and folks at ETA so that we correct this problem. We've noticed during the pandemic, obviously there were some problems and some situations that arose in different situations. So we have work to do here.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Walsh, for that. Again, and the risk of repeating myself, Mariana's constituents have reported instances of POA checks returned for non-sufficient funds or inconsistent pay dates wherein a payment was scheduled and then did not occur. Mr. Secretary, will you please, I plead with you, will you commit to working with me and your Office of Inspector General to review the Commonwealth Government's administration of the POA and FPUC programs and provide the Commonwealth Department of Labor the necessary assistance to get the programs on track? People are waiting for benefits meant for them months, some for a year or more.
But the short answer to your question is yes, and there's lots of lessons learned throughout this pandemic and the shortfalls of our system, as I mentioned earlier, and I didn't probably articulate it correctly in the beginning. When the pandemic hit, many cities and towns and states and territories around the country had issues with how do we administer a program so quickly. I will not blame the people at the Department of Labor. They did an amazing job getting billions, hundreds of billions of dollars out the front door. But it surely showed inequities in our system. And even today, we still have communities of color that were disproportionately impacted by not getting benefits out the door. So there's lots of lessons that were learned. I want to thank you and Congress for passing the American Rescue Plan, for the $2 billion investment. That money that was invested in the system is for us to look at the system, look at the areas where we fell short, look at the areas where there was problems, look at the areas where there were fraud, and how do we help strengthen the systems, the 53 systems that are around the country right now. We're currently in the process of having those conversations, and we're going to continue to have those conversations. So thank you for bringing this up today.
I appreciate that. And, of course, it's not a badge of honor that my government, my Commonwealth government, took the longest to actually get the first check out the door, 111 days, the highest in the nation. But Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Yes, next we have the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Secretary Walsh, I wanted to follow up on the question that my colleague, Mr. Wahlberg, asked regarding the additional federal unemployment assistance. Recent data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported a record 9.3 million job openings as workers are incentivized to sit at home because of this additional $300 per week of enhanced federal unemployment insurance. According to a recent report from the University of Chicago, 42% of American workers are earning more through unemployment insurance than they are making in their pre-pandemic jobs. I'm hearing from small businesses and manufacturers all across my district and all across the country who are absolutely desperate to fill these vacant job openings. So as the American people are focused on reopening our economy, and you go to any main street in America, you see for hire signs. I believe, and the American people and small businesses believe, that we need to end this additional $300 per week.
We need to have living wages. That's what we need.
I think, Mr.
I think Congresswoman, I think the Congresswoman's screen froze.
I think we got the
Why is
gist.
getting people back to work, small businesses across this country, and why to stay at home rather than incentivizing reopening. Am I coming through now, Bobby?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, just come back.
Great. So the question is, the incentive is such that more workers are staying home rather than getting back to work. And you go to any main street across America and there's a for hire sign at small businesses. Why are we continuing to promote this incentive for workers to stay home rather than getting back to work?
Thank you very much for your question and concern. I think that I want to start with the fact is that the president's economic plan is working. For the last 4 months, we've created more jobs than any other administration in American history. More than 2 million people are now working that were not when President Biden took office, and wages, we're seeing wages go up as well. Both are positive steps, and we just need to continue to work with companies.
But we're seeing, Mr. Secretary, that labor force participation is down. That's what we saw in the most recent jobs report that was released. And again, you go to any small business, the number one issue they raise is that they're unable to hire workers. In my district in upstate New York, you go to any main street and that is the issue, the lack of for hiring. I guess my follow-up question is, are you going to collect data from states who have wound down this federal unemployment assistance and compare it to states that have not, so we can truly see the impact of this federal unemployment assistance?
Actually, in that question, no state has done it yet. They've only mentioned it, but no one has actually has taken that action.
Well, when they do that, will that data be collected?
I'm assuming I can look at it and see if it is. The unemployment extension runs out in September, so I'm not sure when they're going to take the action on it.
Great. So that's not my question. My question is, will the department collect that data?
Of course, I said at the beginning of this I would look into it.
Okay, great. So I'll take that as a yes, that they will look into that data so we can see the comparison, because my bet, and you talk to any small businesses, I bet we're going to see much stronger job growth in states that wind it down than in states that don't. My second question is regarding the Payroll Audit Independent Determination Program, the PAID program. This was, of course, as you know, established by the Trump administration in 2018 to encourage business owners to conduct payroll audits and to self-report violations if any are discovered. We, of course, want workers to be paid what they are owed. Between its inception and July of last year, this successful program resulted in more than $7 million in back wages paid to more than 11,000 workers. It secured 4 times the amount of back wages compared to traditional full enforcement investigations, and more than 10 times the back wages per Labor Department staff hours invested. And yet, despite this success, this administration has chosen to end this program. Why was that decision made?
I'm not familiar with this program. I have to get more information on you. I honestly am not familiar with this program at all.
Okay, so as the secretary of the department, you're not familiar with the decision to wind down a successful program to get workers wages that they're owed?
Like I said to you, I will look into it and I'll get back to you on this.
Okay, that's very concerning. I look forward to the response on that. It was an effective program, and I'm very concerned that the Secretary of Labor is not familiar with the decision made to wind down the program. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Next is the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Secretary Walsh, for coming before our committee today. As chair of the Higher Education and Workforce Investment Subcommittee, I welcome your proposed investment in job training and workforce development. I also look forward to working directly with you on a robust reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And as an original co-sponsor of the PRO Act, I greatly appreciate President Biden's and your support for this landmark legislation. I had the opportunity to chair 3 hearings on the PRO Act during the last conference. I applaud you and President Biden for fighting to build back our economy, and we all share the commitment to ensuring that all workers are allowed to organize and collectively bargain. As you all know, unions are the backbone of American economic prosperity. With that, I have a few questions, Secretary. The administration is calling for a $1.5 billion appropriation for WIOA's dislocated workers. Would the administration support an expansion of eligibility for dislocated worker program through reauthorization that would take into account gig workers who wouldn't automatically qualify for these services?
We are looking into that now as we move forward here, and I look forward to work with you on that, Congresswoman, to see exactly some of the areas you want us to look at as well.
Thank you so much. And thank you for allowing virtual enrollment for Job Corps centers. And as we move past that, when will Job Corps resume normal enrollments and non-residential enrollments, particularly for vaccinated students? And when will Job Corps begin complying with current guidance on vaccinations, including no longer requiring vaccinated students to quarantine upon entry?
Thank you for that. We're actually, I had a conversation yesterday with some of the Job Corps folks to talk about, we talked about the online sign up, and then we talked about making sure as we reopen Job Corps, as we get people back into the classrooms and back into the facilities, that we do it safely and to make sure we continue to build up a team. I'm hoping that they're working on proposals now. I was in Memphis a couple weeks ago. I had a chance to visit Job Corps in Memphis. They have a beautiful facility there, beautiful grounds. And they had no kids and a few instructors. So I thought to myself, what a shame that this place is not filled with lots of life and doing some amazing training. So we are working there, but we also have to make sure that we, in some cases, make sure that our young people have access to the vaccine, that want to take the vaccine. And then also we want to make sure as we're building up the team there, part of this is also a culture of teamwork, working together, the young people working together. So our ETA folks are working really hard to make sure that we can continue, and Job Corps folks, I really should say, and the staff working to make sure we can open up Job Corps safely and effectively and make a big impact on many young people's lives.
Thank you so much. As the economy reopens, why is it important that workers be able to earn at least $15 an hour? At least.
You're asking me why? Listen, I know you know this. The minimum wage in this country is too low. There's no way that a family of one can raise themselves on $7.25. A $15 an hour minimum wage is a baseline that would be able to help people earn higher wages, a better living. I think that that's something that we owe to the people in this country. And I think it's something that we were able to do in many states around the country, including my home state of Massachusetts. The impact of raising that minimum wage did not cause any job loss. As a matter of fact, it was quite honest, it was job gain. We've seen increases in opportunities in Massachusetts and other states that have raised minimum wage. So I would love to work with you and to see Congress and the Senate pass the minimum wage bill. It's something that President Biden is very adamant about. It's something that the American people are adamant about, and it's about helping all people right now. If we saw anything during this pandemic, we saw the inequities in my city where we saw food lines. We saw food lines in Dallas. We saw food lines all across this country, something that we weren't used to seeing except around holidays, where poor people and homeless people came out. We owe the American people more, and I hope that we can get the $15 an hour minimum wage passed in both branches of government on the president's desk.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you including that in your budget for a federal minimum wage. And what can we do to make sure that we impose civil penalties against people who retaliate against workers who try to join a union?
I think one of the things is the president put in the American Jobs Plan, the PRO Act, and that's something that is, and there's some other legislation up on Capitol Hill that would be looking out for the rights of workers. So I think, again, it's having a conversation, a dialogue with all members of Congress about the importance of making sure that we protect workers' rights.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen. Are you on mute?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. Mr. Chairman, thank you for having this hearing. Mr. Secretary, my state of Georgia was one of the first states to reopen during the COVID crisis. We are currently closing in on pre-pandemic economic numbers. The biggest problem we're having, and you've heard this over and over again, is workers returning to the workforce. As you've heard, the number of workers who are not working, we've probably got another 20 million workers who are trapped on some form of welfare. And we know that work programs and the ability to go back to work creates a tremendous opportunity for those folks who have been stuck in generational welfare. Secretary Walsh, Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act reporting requirements serve as the primary means by which more than 7 million private sector union members receive information on how their dues are spent. On May 27th, your department's Office of Labor Management Standards published a proposed rule to rescind the Trump administration's final rule on labor organization trust. The Trump administration rule established the Form T1, which labor organizations are required to submit to OLMS, disclosing assets, liabilities, receipts, and disbursements for trust in which the union has a significant stake. Please explain how repealing this DOL rule that ensures financial transparency for union members is in the best interest of American workers.
Sorry, Mr. Congressman. The fundamental question exists regarding the rule, legal basis and policy jurisdictions, but under the current rule, the initial T1 report must be filed as soon as September 28, 20. Hold on, did I lose you? Did I lose you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Congressman?
No, sir, I'm here.
Oh,
You're good.
Oh, I thought something was beeping here. So whether jointly trusted trust can be considered under the rule of unions. So basically, this rule did not change the way we can go in and check labor unions.
Okay, well, we will continue to discuss that, and we'll do that offline, but I want to make sure that you understand exactly what my concern is there.
Mr. Congressman, if I could, sorry, real quickly, I apologize.
Yeah.
We already collect the information, and what was the rule that we rescinded was redundant. So we already collect that information. I apologize for not giving you the correct answer there.
Okay. Secretary Walsh, you testified before the House Appropriations Committee hearing in April, and my colleague, Representative Andy Harris, asked you if the Department of Labor would consider extending the ERISA standalone telehealth exemption. Currently, employers are allowed to offer standalone telehealth benefits to employees who are not eligible for full benefits, including seasonal or part-time workers. At the time, you said that you would have to circle back with him. It's been probably a month since the hearing, and I'm sure you've had the opportunity to formulate some type of policy response. What does the Department of Labor support, or does the Department of Labor support extending the ERISA standalone telehealth exemption?
We are still. I don't have a full answer for the congressman or for you today. We are still working on that situation, looking at what the reforms would look like and what the rules would look like.
Okay, sir. And I've got about 45 seconds. In crafting the 86 billion taxpayer bailout of multi-employer pension system, congressional Democrats completely disregarded the extreme burden it placed on the American taxpayer, most of whom will not benefit from open-ended and expensive provision. To put matters into perspective, according to the most recent PBGC data, the multi-employee system is collectively underfunded by $673 billion. You are chair of the PPGC's board of directors. I've been in Congress 4 terms, and we're doing nothing to fix this. What is your solution?
Thank you for that. And thank you for acknowledging that you've been in Congress for a long time, and now I'm trying to fix it. So I appreciate that. The rescue plan does address some of the funding issues. I had a meeting actually earlier today with the folks at dealing with this issue, and it's a complicated issue. It's not a smooth one. You had mentioned the taxpayers paying to try and help this plan. Many of the folks that are in this plan are taxpayers as well, living in districts around this country and on the verge of losing their pensions. So I'm just literally rolling my sleeves up on this issue and getting involved in it. It's one of the areas when President Biden called me and asked me to be the Secretary of Labor, I didn't realize I was going to be the chairman of this committee. And now that I'm the chairman of this committee, I'm grateful that the rescue plan did give some funding, and we have some work to do there. There's no question about it.
No question. We got to fix the problem, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Fox, and thank you so much, Secretary Walsh, for joining us today. I'm very grateful for your leadership and the steadfast commitment from the Biden administration to make workers a priority, and I appreciate your partnership in helping to secure $100 billion for workforce development programs in the American Jobs Plan, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to advance these efforts. With regard to the conversation about getting people back to work, I speak with employers regularly, and the concerns I've heard frequently, as recently as yesterday, is that people can't find affordable childcare and they can't find affordable housing. So moving on, Mr. Secretary, many policies to support dislocated workers are fragmented, and they put the burden on the worker to prove the cause of their displacement. For example, workers eligible for trade adjustment assistance receive benefits like income support and help with their job search and training, but these services do not exist for workers who have been dislocated by causes other than trade. The administration recently proposed an $18 billion investment for comprehensive support for dislocated workers to help more people access training for good paying, high quality jobs without suffering further economic insecurity. So Secretary Walsh, will this program be available to all workers regardless of the cause of dislocation? And how can this committee expand benefits to serve more workers regardless of the cause of dislocation in our WIOA reauthorization?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Congresswoman. The short answer is yes. I just want to quickly add a little bit. And a lot of questions have come up about COVID. COVID-19 pandemic has created widespread economic disruption and further highlighted pre-existing deficiencies in the availability of opportunities for all Americans to find good paying, safe employment. So as we continue to move here, I know you also brought up childcare. Thank you for the American Rescue Plan for a $39 billion investment to go to our childcare facilities around this country so that they could open up and quite honestly stay open in a lot of cases. And also thank you to the $16 billion investment to our small businesses in this country and our restaurants, that many of which are on the verge of shutting down. So we need to do everything we can with the obviously with the funding for dislocated workers in the program and the formula. So thank you for your interest and thank you for your question in it.
Thank you so much. And also, Mr. Secretary, we know that registered apprenticeships provide these life-changing opportunities. I've spoken with many people who have gone through the programs, but women still make up less than 10% of apprentices nationwide. Black African-American women or workers also make up less than 10% of apprentices, and Asian American workers make up less than 2%. In my home state of Oregon, women's participation in trades apprenticeships is more than double the national average, and that's in large part because of the work of pre-apprenticeship programs like Oregon Tradeswomen. But these opportunities need to be accessible to workers, not just in Oregon, but across the country. So Secretary Walsh, how will the department help more individuals who have historically faced barriers to employment access registered apprenticeships, and what resources are needed to make sure that more diverse populations can participate and succeed in registered apprenticeships?
No, thank you. It's a great point, and it's a top priority of the Department of Labor. It is something that, as we think about these funds, making sure that the money impacts the most impacted communities, such as women, whether it's in the trades or other areas through apprenticeships, people of color. One of the things that I know pretty well is this area. As Mayor of Boston, we created programs with the building trades and with the hotel workers to create pathways into those industries. And the biggest people that get the biggest support of this are people of color and women. And we've seen it in our unemployment numbers, where unemployment in the Black community in this country is 9.1%, in the Latino 7.3%. We saw millions of women pushed out of the workforce. They're not coming back into the workforce. We need to get back into the workforce. So we're going to be real intentional about this. And also President Biden signed an executive order, an equity executive order, making sure that not just the Department of Labor, but all the cabinets across the government are working on the issues of equity and inclusion in all different levels.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. And as I yield back, Mr. Chairman, the issue of childcare is, as you know, Mr. Chairman and committee members, going to be essential to our economic recovery. I've had so many conversations with people who say, I want to go back to work, but I don't have affordable childcare. So we need to solve that issue as well. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your service, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Next is the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being with us today. As you know, this morning, probably you've seen the news that Chipotle announced a 4% increase in all of their menu prices across the board to keep up with rising labor costs. I'm curious, Mr. Secretary, is that a good sign or a bad sign for our economy?
I think the fact that they want to pay their workers more is a good sign.
We have a number of restaurants in my district in Northeast Indiana, Mr. Secretary, who have closed permanently because they can no longer find workers to open their doors and operate their restaurants. Is that a good sign or a bad sign for our economy?
I would be willing to bet that a lot of the restaurants in this country that have closed wasn't due to finding workers, it was due to the pandemic and the impacts the pandemic had on them. I think the number is about 25% of restaurants in this country went out of business due to the pandemic, loss of customers, didn't have the ability to pay their rent, didn't have the ability to pay their overhead. Many of them tried to keep their employees on the payroll, but they couldn't. And I think that's the impact, and unfortunately, the impact of COVID-19. And that's why I think it's really incumbent upon us to pass the American Jobs Plan, American Families Plan, because it does deal with what companies and businesses all across this country have been dealing with for the last year in the pandemic.
Okay, interesting response to both those questions. Your department's FY 2022 budget requests a $174 million increase for WIOA state grants to help dislocated workers, low-income adults, and youth find work, citing the pandemic as the main reason for that gigantic increase. Yet the Biden administration has continued to push the $300 enhanced unemployment benefits, which is causing workers to stay home instead of finding a job. How will offering more money to stay home not undermine the effectiveness of WIOA funding that you are requesting to help get workers back to work?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize the unemployment benefit as a pay to stay home. I think the unemployment benefit was extended because of a pandemic, a global pandemic that did lots of harm. In the WIOA funding, even pre-pandemic and now during and hopefully post-pandemic sometime soon in the future, we want to be able to train America's workers to meet the need for the employers in this country who are telling us that they need workers that are trained, whether it's in manufacturing, high tech, biotech, life sciences, jobs like that they'd like to be able to use American workers to work in those areas. So I think that we can be real intentional about the investments in the workforce development programs to make sure that workers all across this country have opportunities to get better paying jobs and better their life for themselves and their family.
So President Biden has already rushed nearly $2 trillion in new spending, as you know, with plans for more than $4 trillion for climate change and so-called infrastructure legislation to come. These plans will lead to more borrowing, tax hikes, and the Fed printing more money at all hours of the day. These actions are a recipe for further inflation that rob Americans of their hard-earned dollars, reduce their purchasing power, and would derail small businesses and bolster the president's monopolistic donors. All of this will stunt job growth and harm American workers. How is your department planning to deal with that crisis that will only worsen if the Biden agenda gets enacted?
Well, thank you, Mr. Congressman, for that. I think that I'm very encouraged that the American Jobs Plan is an amazing investment all across America. I've talked to mayors all across this country. I've talked to governors across this country. When you talk about infrastructure, we're talking about roads and bridges. We're talking about broadband access. We're talking about clean drinking water, eliminating lead pipes. We're talking about electric grids to create better opportunities for the energy and economy of the future. We're talking about the CARES economy. We're talking about money into new housing. We're talking about money into training and workforce development. We're talking into a whole bunch of free community college, universal pre-kindergarten. Actually, the way that I look at this plan, keeping us competitive and the world leader in the economy and the environment, in our infrastructure. I know that, again, when I'm talking to mayors, I was in Wisconsin and Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania the last 2 weeks, and collectively, those two states, there's over 5,000 bridges in desperate need of repair because action hasn't happened. So I think the infrastructure will continue to.
Let me ask you a final question. Is it a good sign for our economy that the American people are spending more dollars substantially every time they pump gas or go to the grocery store? Is that good for our economy?
Actually, the president's plan is working right now. I think when you talk about that and the way that the president wants to pay for these plans is by raising the corporate tax rate. So corporations pay taxes. In some cases, they're paying zero. And he's made a commitment to every average American who makes $400,000 or less will not pay 1 more cent in taxes.
All right, my time has expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. Are you aware of a new study that was published by the World Health Organization and the International Labor Organization that says that working 55 hours or more hours a week is a serious health hazard, and that the pandemic poses serious risks of having Americans and workers around the world work too long?
I haven't seen the study that you're referring to, but certainly I have had many conversations in my life about the impacts of people's work hours. And as a mayor, we also looked at certain industries, whether it's public safety or public works in different parts of the city where people were working exorbitant amount of hours and the impacts that they would have on their families.
Well, specifically related to the pandemic, that the fact that people are teleworking and working from home, that the distinction between work and home has blurred, and that's leading to the risk that people are working such long hours. It's estimated, and even before the pandemic, it's estimated that long working hours led to about 745,000 deaths worldwide in 2016, a 29% increase over the year 2000. I mean, I'm setting this as a prelude to the issue of overtime. They suggest that one of the ways to address this health risk is to ensure that we enforce overtime laws. And many people don't know that in addition to giving the federal government the ability to set the minimum wage in our country, the FLSA also gives the federal government to set labor overtime standards. By extending overtime protections to millions of workers, we can boost wages, but also help prevent employees from working excessive hours. Now, my office sent you a letter supported by some members of this committee to encourage your department to adopt a salary threshold in line with a historical high point of salary thresholds, the 55th percentile, which really translated by the year 2023 would be around 85,000. Currently, the overtime threshold is around $35,000. Do you think that the current overtime salary threshold is too low?
Yes, definitely.
And so do you have any plans to revisit the issue and re-regulate in this area?
We're currently right now doing that, reviewing that regulation and rule right now, as literally as we speak. We have people at Department of Labor working on that.
And but prior to the Trump administration not appealing a judge's case, which overruled the previous administration's or the Obama administration's attempt to raise the threshold, the salary threshold was stuck at a very, very low place for 10 years. Do you think that we need automatic and regular updates of the threshold to protect workers?
Yes, we do.
And are you also planning to do that as part of your review?
That'll be part of the review.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Secretary. With my remaining time, I want to know if you know anything about the equal participation of faith-based organizations and the federal agencies programs rule that is currently, which would require that people participating, Americans participating in certain programs would have to, attend religious things that are religious in nature. Are you aware of that rule?
Is this the religious exemption rule you're talking about?
It has to do, the rule is entitled the Equal Participation of Faith-Based Organizations in Federal Agencies, Programs, and Activities rule. And currently, the rule, I'm not know sure if there are organizations that have filed against the rule, but I'm wondering if you know much about this rule and are prepared to comment on it.
Yeah, no, I'm not prepared to comment. Let me look into it and get back to you on that.
Okay. Similarly, I'd like you to look at the implementing legal requirements regarding the equal opportunity clauses exemption. So that might be the rule that you were thinking of. The final rule is under a stay, and OFCCP has proposed to rescind the rule. Can you say anything about that?
No, let me look into that one as well. I'm trying to get some notes on it right now, and I don't have information in front of me on either one of those.
All right, my time is up. I'd appreciate your being in touch with me about those two rules. And,
I will, Congressman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the Republican side, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Grothman, Mr. Comer do not appear to be here. The next would be the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here and participating today, and also for your service to the city of Boston. And I hope you appreciate how I said that. I had to work on it many times. I'm from Idaho. We don't say Boston in Idaho, we say Boston.
You did pretty good there. You did all right there. It wasn't bad. You were pretty close.
Park my car in Harvard Yard too. Anyway, thank you for your service. And I appreciate the question by Congressman Takano, because where I think he was trying to go was where I would like to discuss it as well. And if I understand correctly, it was March 23rd, the Department of Labor announced plans to rescind the rule protecting equal participation of faith-based organizations in federal contracting. And that rule, as I understand, guarantees protections of the Constitution and federal law for religious contractors so they can participate in the federal contracting system while following their religious beliefs. And so that's the basis for that. And I believe that's what Congressman Takano was talking about as well. And so since overturning this rule could adversely impact religious organizations and discourage participation in the federal contracting process, that was my question to you. Do you agree with that?
I just get my notes in front of me. The current proposed rescission is not yet public I think it was the Congressman's second point, your first point. Currently, it's under review with the Office of Management and Budget, Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. Once a notice of proposed change rescission is published for public comment, the department will consider all, comment on all received proposals. So I'm not at liberty to be able to discuss it right now, but it is under review.
Okay, and I thank you for that, and thank you for considering it. If I may, a word of encouragement. I believe that there are very good reasons for faith-based organizations to have that equal protection and for that rule to remain in place. And in just three general categories, politically speaking, over half of Americans subscribe to either spiritual or religious affiliation. First of all, that's just from a practical standpoint, or from a political standpoint, rather. Practically speaking, I believe you can make a strong argument that it's our religious principles that are the basis for our rule of law, for our civility, for social structure, and personally, I believe for our prosperity. And then lastly, there's legal precedent now, at least two Supreme Court cases in 2014, the Burwell versus Hobby Lobby, and the 2018 Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission. So, Mr. Secretary, that's basically where I wanted to go with the dialogue. And I just believe that moves to disadvantage faith-based organizations just will have a very devastatingly negative impact. So I urge your involvement and your consideration in that regard, and any comments you'd like to have before my time's up.
No, thank you, and I look forward to working with you on this. And thank you for your great Boston accent today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I haven't heard Boston pronounced correctly in a long time. I went to college in that area, so I know how it's supposed to be said. And down in Virginia, we don't pronounce it that way, but it was an interesting reminder. Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Boston is correct. Thank you for convening the hearing today, and to my colleagues for their questions. Secretary Walsh, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your testimony today. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, today nearly 4 out of 5 private sector workers have no access to paid leave. 95% of the lowest wage workers, mostly women and workers of color, lack any access to paid family leave. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a disproportionate number of women, especially women of color, have left the labor force. And this is because industries where women are overrepresented have been hardest hit by layoffs, and women have had to increase their care responsibilities, making it more challenging to balance work and family responsibilities. So, Mr. Secretary, how could paid medical and family leave at the federal level help women return to work?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. Speaking as well, there's a lot of things I could speak as. Paid family leave and medical leave for women would be a tremendous benefit. In one of my last roles as mayor of Boston, I signed an executive order having 12 paid weeks of paid family leave for people working in city government. Prior to that, we had 8 paid weeks. It makes a tremendous impact in the entire workforce. The pandemic certainly has showed us, as you mentioned, the disproportionate effects it has on women of color in our communities. It underscores the importance of why paid family leave is needed and medical leave is needed. We saw families home taking care of loved ones. They had to take them out of nursing homes and put them in their home because they were concerned about their health. They were concerned about the care. And you know, we need to continue to move forward. The American Families Plan, as the president has talked about and I talked about and you actually talked about the other day, would create a program that would ensure workers received partial wage replacement for the time to bond with a new child, care for a seriously ill loved one, deal with the loved one's military deployment. We also need to support our military men and women who and their families who are serving our country. Also, women that find themselves get safety from sexual assaults, stalking, domestic violence, heal from their own serious illness. It's time for us to deal with this. It's time for us to really think about how we move forward. And I hope that as we continue to move forward here, the American Families Plan, the American Jobs Plan has some really important investments in it that really helps the American worker. The last thing I'll say, it's a respect issue. It's respecting the American worker as well. It's a way for us to respect the worker and their benefits. I was on a call. It would have been a meeting, but I was on a call with three large employees in the United States of America about 3 weeks ago, and they were talking they have family leave in their companies, and they talked about it as a way to respect and help their workers, and these are big companies in America that support it. So I don't think a lot of people are against it. Now it's time for us to take action on it.
Right, thank you. You know, during the pandemic, employees have made difficult decisions to leave the workforce to care for loved ones or to battle illness. Can you tell us why job protection is a crucial policy as Congress works to draft and pass the paid family and medical leave in American Families Plan?
I think, I know this. I mean, my experience as Secretary of Labor, and then you go back in any level I had, it's important for us to continue to support the American worker with different supports. I think that, I've heard over the last few weeks about the $300 as a handout. That's not a handout. That's unemployment benefits that people earned and the Congress voted on. I think whether it's paid family leave, worker protection, 40-hour work week, overtime rules, all of these are worker protections that we need to make sure that are in place. If we didn't have these worker protections, many of our workers would be taken advantage of.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, we've had some issues in terms of OSHA and inspections. And let me just ask you, do you think it's too ambitious for Congress to provide enough funding for OSHA to inspect each facility once every 100 years? And in your view, is it once a century? Is once a century too frequent? If not, what is the right benchmark?
I think we need to get to a point where OSHA is doing inspections, but not only inspections, but helping companies to make sure they have safe work conditions for their workers. Right now, we're responding to crisis. OSHA, for the most part, goes out to a situation after a crisis occurs, after a tragedy happens. The investments from the American Rescue Plan are going to help us staff up to where we were in 2017, but really a major investment in OSHA to work with companies across America to have safe workplaces before they're dangerous is something that I'd like to see. So it's hard to answer your question, but I think we should be able to inspect work sites at least once every 2 years at the minimum, not once every 100.
Thank you very much. I'm out of time. Working hard is not enough if you don't make enough. So I appreciate your position on raising the wage. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to be with everybody today and discuss things that are happening in the Department of Labor. Secretary Walsh, I was disappointed to see the Department of Labor rescind the Trump administration's rule establishing policies and procedures for issuing sub-regulatory guidance. This common sense rule sought to limit what has unfortunately become a common practice at the department of treating informal guidance as legally binding. A shortcut which eliminates legal protections for employers and workers found in formal rulemaking such as advance notice to the public or an opportunity for stakeholders to comment. Do you believe there's a legal difference between regulations and guidance?
Thank you, Congressman, for your question. We are always going to follow the Administrative Procedures Act. I mean, we're always going to follow that guidance.
Okay, so I guess it's a yes or no. Do you believe there's a legal difference between regulations and guidance?
Yes.
Okay, because I know you discussed guidance earlier when it came to COVID-19 and healthcare settings versus other places. So I just want to make sure. Is sub-regulatory guidance issued by your department legally enforceable?
It really depends upon what the guidance is.
So in other words, what you're saying is it's going to be even more difficult for businesses to understand what the guidance is, whether it's legally enforceable and the difference.
I think when you have regulations, you know that it's gone through a process and becomes a regulation of a business. And the guidance is, in some cases, a recommendation. It's similar to when I talked about DTS. The regulation that we're putting forth is for hospital workers, and the guidance is recommendations for you to suggest use the guidance to keep your workers safe. There's a very different enforcement piece there when it comes to guidance and regulation.
Well, also, Mr. Secretary, during the Obama administration, OSHA was uniquely antagonistic towards, job creators, our employers, forcing an overzealous or focusing on an overzealous enforcement and punishment rather than working with employers to improve workplace safety outcomes and prevent accidents before they happen. This included the policy of regulation by shaming, which involved publicizing the results of an OSHA inspection before a business owner had the opportunity to contest the citations, many of which were ultimately overturned. Unfortunately, we are seeing signs that this practice is making a comeback at OSHA. Do you support the adversarial policy of shaming employers? And should businesses expect this lack of due process to continue to be common practice under your watch at the department?
I just want to be, as I'm hearing you, I'd like to follow up. I'm going to give you an answer in a second, but I'd like to follow up on this. The folks at OSHA that work at the Department of Labor work extremely hard every day, and they've been understaffed for the last 4 years.
I honestly want to get to the fact is,
I will.
do you think the people that employ Americans should have due process during your watch at the department?
I think the people that employ Americans need to keep workers safe.
And do you believe that most people that employ Americans across our nation care about their employees and want them to be safe?
I would hope so.
Do you believe that?
I believe that, yes, I would hope so.
Yeah, I believe they do too. As with anything, there's some people that need to be held accountable, and we all want that to happen.
Yeah,
but I believe the majority of people I represent that are job creators are small businesses, and they want their employees to be safe. The people that run these businesses are our families, our friends, our neighbors. That's who they are. They're our neighbors. They contribute to civic organizations. They want people to be safe. So I'm glad we agree that most people in America who create jobs are good, hardworking people that want their employees to be safe.
No, I agree with you on that. And as mayor, I mean, I love my small businesses. I mean, without our small businesses, you add them together, they were largest employers, and they create opportunities. And I certainly, as Secretary of Labor, I love small businesses as well. This is something I take very seriously.
And so do I, because oftentimes, people say businesses are going to do this, or they're going to pay that. Corporations or businesses are going to pay these taxes. In Pennsylvania, Governor Wolf, in his first budget address back in 2015, said that 70% of the companies doing business in Pennsylvania don't pay corporate net income tax. Well, the truth of the matter is that over 70% of the businesses in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania are subchapter S, LLCs, partnerships, sole proprietors. Okay, so I think as policymakers and people that want great outcomes for people to go to work every day need to recognize and not have the political theater that somebody else, that these businesses are nebulous entities. Many times these small businesses, as you pointed out, are the backbone of our community. And we need to recognize that. So when we talk about taxing businesses or putting regulations on businesses, let's put a face to those people who the Biden administration wants to tax and make pay all this money. So with that, I see that I just have another thing that I'd like to unless I guess I'm over, aren't I, Mr. Chairman? So I guess I'll yield back and thank you. I appreciate being able to participate.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Salier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, just the comments about your accent. I think it's wicked good. As a native of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and a former resident of the BINA from the West End and the Back Bay, I think it's good. And I won't go into the details of the great education the chair got in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but it is reflective of his wisdom. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to talk to you about the transition of our energy workforce. I represent an area that has 5 of the 13 refineries left in the state of California. They are pretty much, you cannot argue that they're not the safest, highest paying, good quality jobs, institutions of their type in the United States. and I'll take some credit for this, both at the local, state, and federal level, along with my colleague, or I should say my predecessor, Congressman Miller, who chaired this committee. So the good news is these are great paying jobs. They're required by state statute that I was a co-author of when I was in the legislature that requires all the employees to be graduates in good standing of the state apprenticeship standards, of which we are very proud of in California. We have academies in disadvantaged communities, high schools that young people can go get apprenticeship in partnership with the building trades and the local labor council. They can go to school in high school, get apprenticeship, get out, get a job in these refineries for turnaround work or with the steel workers, with maintenance workers that are $125,000 a year, and they're world class. Yesterday, I was at my local UA, and I'm just so proud of those folks. Real investment in career training. So the challenge, though, is we're transitioning. Like Boston, San Francisco Bay Area, very progressive environmentally. I used to be on the Air Resources Board. We want to make our carbon reductions. So I've had this conversation with Gina McCarthy, who, like you, has a great accent, with Secretary Granholm, who has great experience here in the Bay Area with our national laboratories that are doing great jobs with DOA grants. But we have to, so my three questions are, what are your thoughts on this transition? I've had meetings, dozens of them, with my friends in the workforce that have been accelerated because COVID. One of our refineries shut down and we lost 600 steelworker jobs and potentially hundreds of turnaround work. Now they're transitioning to biodiesel. So I'd like to have your thoughts about this. I'd also like to see if you could help us at the regional level, coordinating the assets of the Department of Energy, Labor, and we've had this conversation with Secretary Buttigieg, and I know it's a priority for the president, and I know it's a priority for the vice president. So your thoughts on this transition? It's complicated, it's difficult. I know you know to take a Boilermaker or very highly skilled industrial welder or electrician and try to find another job for them and do it with respect is a real challenge. But we need to do it. So I'd love to have your thoughts and your help at coordinating the resources, both at a national level and at a regional level, as you get ready to, the administration gets ready to appoint regional administrators. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. And I want to thank you for the budget question. This is fiscal 2022 budget. President Biden proposed an establishment of competitive grant program, the Clean Energy Training Grant Program, prepared for eligible veterans, transitioning service members, and their spouses for good careers in clean energy. That's one area. And another area is what we've been talking about, the job training and apprenticeship program, the $200+ billion that's going to be invested in. We have real opportunities here. You're absolutely right. When you talk about the Boilermaker, you talk about the UA, those are plumbers, pipe fitters, and steam fitters. Their industry has changed in the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. There's an opportunity for us to retrain workers into these clean jobs. When the president spoke about the environment about a month and a half ago, he talked about jobs. He talked about job training. He talked about workforce development. He talked about apprenticeships. He talked about making those investments. So there's absolutely no reason why, as some of these industries transition out in areas like your district, why we can't keep those same jobs there in a different type of energy use. So number one. And number two, the second question is, you absolutely have my commitment. I would love to work with Secretary Granholm, Gina McCarthy, from Jamaica Plain in Massachusetts. And Gina and myself have actually had conversations about this already. When she worked in the past administration, I was the mayor. She would come and talk to me about creating opportunities for jobs. We talked about retrofitting as mayor of Boston, retrofitting housing. There's good jobs in retrofitting as well. There's a lot of opportunity here. So I look forward to working with you and keeping and building a collaboration on how we can keep the jobs in your district, quite honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I look forward to you maybe coming and visiting what we're doing here in the Bay Area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I understand the ranking member seeks recognition. The distinguished ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Walsh, you made a comment before about going to a Job Corps site and it was so beautiful, but there was nobody there. Our focus on Job Corps has been the problems with the Job Corps program They predate your time with the administration by several decades. In fact, the program's been listed among the top management challenges facing your agency every year, dating back to the Bush administration. Beyond concern just for taxpayer dollars, this is an issue of basic safety and security for participants in the program. These students are among the most vulnerable young people in our country. They deserve better than complacency for a failing program. What steps do you plan, besides beautiful facilities, to overhaul this program so it actually protects student safety and Job Corps, both at centers and when participating in the program? Please tell us your plan to improve performance of the overall program. And will you commit to providing the committee with regular updates on Job Corps program, including notification of any major safety violations and incidents?
Thank you, Ranking Member. I do feel that beautiful facilities are important. Clean facilities are important. Safe facilities are important. As mayor of the city of Boston, I made it a priority to make sure that we were able to reconstruct our Center for Youth and Families in the city of Boston. Our kids need to have pride, and young people need to have pride in where they're going. We also need to continue to build corporate partnerships with businesses in regions and areas so that the participants of Job Corps, when they get through Job Corps, they have an opportunity to be able to get a job at the end of that and really raise a family and support a family. Those young people that get married or have kids going into Job Corps, we need to make sure that we continue the supports inside there, that we give them the technical support and the substance, mental health, and any type of support they might have. The young people that are participating in Job Corps, oftentimes, from what I understand, they go into Job Corps with lots of challenges, and we need to make sure that as they enter in with those challenges, they leave and those challenges are left behind so they can have good, productive, healthy lives. And that's I would like to see. And I'd like to do more with Job Corps as well. I'd like to, it's an area that is right in my wheelhouse, as whether it's been mayor of Boston, as a coach, or whatever experience I had in my life. I think Job Corps we have such an incredible opportunity to help young people in this country.
Thank you. Well, let's talk some more about that. Mr. Secretary, during your time as mayor of Boston, the Boston Globe attempted to obtain city records concerning a former police union president accused of sexually assaulting minors. A public records request that your administration refused to accommodate, even after the state supervisor of public records specifically questioned your decision to keep the records secret. Redacted files were finally released by your successor earlier this year and revealed that one of Boston's major police unions threatened to file a grievance on behalf of the accused union president in 1997 after he was restricted to administrative duty. As a result, he was reinstated as a patrol officer and allowed further contact with children, resulting in additional instances of alleged abuse. In light of these revelations, your prior background as a union leader and your recent action to repeal a federal rule providing for greater union transparency intended to fight union corruption, how can you assure committee members that you will faithfully and fairly administer workplace laws in your department jurisdiction, which apply both to employers and labor unions? And additionally, considering these revelations, how can you diligently and effectively manage over 15,000 DOL employees while holding them accountable for their actions when necessary?
The way I can do that is I raise my right hand. I swear on a Bible to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, and I uphold it to carry out the functions as Secretary of Labor. And I take that very seriously, and I take that's obligation very seriously, and I take swearing in very seriously as well.
Well, we appreciate hearing that. I want to follow up on what Mr. Fulcher asked you about the need for us to protect religious liberty. And you said you didn't know about the rules that were being changed from the Trump administration. But I'll ask you a very simple question. Can you assure the committee that DOL policies and practices will protect religious liberty, which is the first liberty listed in the Constitution? And will you make sure that there is no discrimination against religious organizations?
As I said earlier to the Congressman when he called, excuse me, when he asked me the question, the proposed rescission is published for public comment, and the department, I can't comment on it right now, and the department will consider all comments received on the proposal. This is in the Office of Management and Budget, Office for Information and Regulatory Affairs, so it's in OIRA. I can't comment on it.
Regardless of the rule, will you commit to protect religious liberty?
Again, I'm not
That's a
going to.
simple question.
I'm not going to comment on it until the regulation comes back.
So you won't commit to protecting religious liberty of people involved with the Department of Labor?
You know, one of the things that we have to do is I have to balance a lot of interests. And again, I'll comment on it when we get the rule back.
I'm talking about this regardless of the rule itself, just religious liberty in general. If you swore to uphold the Constitution, then I assume you know what's in the First Amendment.
I do.
Okay, then you're sworn to uphold no laws impinging on people's religion.
No, again, I appreciate your persistence on this. And I want to, when the rule comes back, when the comment comes back, when I'm able to comment on it, I will talk to you freely about it. But as of right now, it's in the Office of Management Oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman and Secretary Walsh. Great to have you here. And as a guy from Jersey, I don't hear any accents. You sound just like us. But I'd love to hear the other side talk about how they want to get through and have transparency. At the same time, they're denying January 6th. It's ironic, but I wasn't going to bite on that. I wanted to talk about the COVID and its impact on Americans, their mental health and the issues. The addiction rates and death rates are soaring. And we have something that is called the mental health and addiction parity, which puts so much of an emphasis on making sure that mental health is treated as many of your physical issues. That was put forth by Patrick Kennedy many years ago. But one of the challenges, as I'm sure you know, is the enforcement. There are no teeth. Can you tell us what the department is looking at in terms of putting some teeth behind there? We have a bill that currently would give you that sort of hammer to make sure employers do the right thing.
Thank you, Congressman. And first and foremost, your bill is an important bill, piece of legislation. I had a conversation, I did a webinar with Congressman Kennedy the other day to talk about this issue, to talk about MSHA's role in this. The issue of mental health and substance use treatment is certainly very close to my heart as somebody in recovery. I have fought my entire career, whether it's at a legislative level or as mayor of the city of Boston, to access treatment for people, to have access to treatment for people. Not just simply access, but having long-term access to treatment. There is not a member of this committee that is family members not dealing with the issue of mental health or substance use disorder. It's something as a country we need to do more on. MSHA is working with health plans right now and health insurance to make sure we achieve the goal. You're absolutely right. The pandemic was a perfect storm for people with mental health and substance use issues because we were telling people to isolate, stay in your house, and don't talk to other people. And only exasperated the issue of mental health. So I'm going to do everything I can in my time as Secretary of Labor. I know I probably shouldn't say this, but if it's the only thing I do as Secretary of Labor, it's about saving lives and offering help for people. So I'm gonna work with you. I'm gonna work with any member of this committee, and I think that the issue of mental health and Addiction Equity Act is truly a bipartisan bill that we can all work together because all of our families are dealing with some sort of issues.
Thank you so much. I want to shift to something you know a little bit about, the construction industry. The ebbs and flows, there's employment at times and there's unemployment. And when there's unemployment, we go to where the work is. And that's why one of the basis for registered apprenticeship programs, because the idea of having two different systems within the country, when those workers get together, chaos and certainly is created. when we look forward to a registered apprenticeship program which sets standards, and that's incredibly important because, as we all know, when you're not all reading from the same book, it becomes very difficult. There's nothing presently in law that prevents any company from creating their own apprenticeship program. They're allowed to go do it at any point. The difference is they want us to pay for it, and that's where the difference is. Talk to me about what the registered apprenticeship program looks like when we tie into it the pre-apprentice. Why is that important, particularly in the urban areas and for those who haven't had the opportunity?
Oh, thank you. And certainly, you know, a lot about this as well as being a IBW man. A registered apprentice program provides an apprentice, an individual, man or woman, with not only a job, but a pathway and a career. And that's important to understand that. Apprentices receive a progressive wage tied to the skill and competency of their jobs, which means that when they start out in the apprentice program, you start out at a wage and you work your way up eventually to a full wage, but you work way up to a wage. What that does, it allows companies to be able to hire people that might not be as skilled as somebody that has a full license, the ability to learn on the job training and as we go through the apprentice program. It's on-job training. It's probably one of the most impactful programs that we have. We actually should probably spread this idea into more workforce development programs. The completion of the registered apprenticeship program, when somebody goes through, and they vary. Some industries, I think your industry is 5 years, some industries are 3 years, some industries are 4 years, and they vary as they move forward. But it conveys, the apprentice then brings a real value and significance to the labor market by having somebody in that training skill. It allows people the opportunity. So, you know, I believe that that's key. I also believe in the public-private partnership part of it is by bringing employers to the table to talk about it, because employers can help understand, use the electricity industry. Employers come to the table and they might want to go into, you know, putting solar panels on roofs or building wind farms, and you're able to adjust the curriculum in the registered apprenticeship program to adjust to the industry. So that's the benefits of those programs, of that program.
Chairman, thank you for yielding that little bit of time. I yield back.
Thank you. I understand some people may have been coming in and out, so let me go through the list again. Mr. Thompson, Mr. Grothman, Mr. Comer, Dr. Murphy, young lady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Fox, and also Secretary Walsh for being here. Secretary Walsh, in 2008, the Department of Labor issued regulations allowing small employers and self-employed individuals to access quality and affordable healthcare coverage through an association health plan. And let me say, since you may be unfamiliar with me, I'm the 2nd Congressional District in Iowa, represent a rural district, a physician, a former president of the Iowa Medical Society, and also former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, who saw these association health plans to be very helpful. Allowing small employers and self-employed individuals to join together for group coverage for health insurance purposes allows them to purchase health plans the same way large employers do. Association health plans are subject to all of the Affordable Care Act's group health plan coverage requirements. Data shows that AHPs voluntarily cover all 10 of the ACA's essential health benefits, and these plans typically have broader provider networks relative to the ACA compliant small group and individual market plans. In 2019, the AHP regulations were invalidated by the DC District Court, but a review of that decision is pending at the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. If the Circuit Court overturns the District Court ruling and upholds the regulations, will the Department of Labor respect that ruling and implement the regulations, or does the department plan to rescind these regulations through a new rulemaking process?
I know I'm a little familiar with the case because I believe my Chamber of Commerce in Boston was looking at that. So I have a little familiarity with it. I am not familiar at the moment, however, if the Department of Labor, what the past practice was in 2008, 2010, 2014, and all up to today. So I'm not aware of any move by this administration to rescind that. Again, but I don't have the full answer on it. This is the first time that this issue, I wasn't aware this issue I mean, I knew it was pending, but I didn't know where it was in the court. So let me look into that. But I hear you. You didn't tell me your concern, but I can hear where you're coming from in this, and let me look into this.
Thank you very much. Also, you were quoted in a Reuters article as saying that gig workers should be classified as employees and deserve work benefits like full health coverage. This statement had a significant impact on both the stock market and cost shares, and Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and Grubhub to fall significantly. You later said that you were misquoted. Is this an indication that you would recognize this policy could destroy the business model of these companies? And I can also tell you, in my little town of 25,000 people, that having an Uber has developed as a small business has been extraordinarily helpful, especially to people of low income in my area where having a taxi service is not beneficial. So I'm just wondering if your position on gig economy and gig workers has changed.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if I would say change. I would say that article, it was at the end of the article, and I was asked a question about employees and gig workers. But what we've done since is I've had meetings with many companies, Uber, Airbnb, Uber, Lyft, DoorDash. I've worked with worker advocate groups. We're working now to talk about this industry. So we've had very open dialogues. I think if you spoke to them, they would be very pleased with the fact that we've had conversations about this. So yeah, I don't want to say I wasn't misquoted because I was quoted, but it was kind of like a whole comprehensive conversation. I probably should have selected my words better.
Well, I want to thank you for meeting with these companies and having the open mind to engage and interact with them. And I firmly believe, as a physician and a former director of an agency much smaller than yours, that culture starts at the top. So when you tell me, as I'm a 24-year military veteran who also swore that oath to the Constitution, when you told me you swore an oath to the Constitution, and that's to whom you have fealty for, but when you're asked about support for religious liberty, and you cannot answer whether you would support religious liberty, that to me tells me about the culture of your agency. So I find those two things to be contradictory. And with that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Representative Virginia Fox. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Secretary, on February 25th, Congressman Keller and I sent Acting Secretary of Labor Al Stewart a letter requesting the department provide the committee information regarding the rationale for issuing an OSHA emergency temporary standard on COVID-19. We've not received a formal response to our letter after more than 3 months, and we think this is unacceptable. Congressional oversight is a bipartisan priority for this committee and a responsibility I take very seriously. Do you believe it's appropriate for the department to ignore legitimate oversight requests from this committee? And will you commit today that the department will formally respond to future oversight requests from committee members by the requested deadlines?
Yeah, the answer is yes to the question of any type of recommendation or response from you, from the Congress, I should say.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am thrilled to see that my colleagues are suddenly supporting the idea of responding to oversight letters. I don't think that we got a response to a single oversight letter in the last 4 years. So Secretary Walsh, thank you for being with us today. And thank you for all that you have done in your career to protect workers and ensure opportunity. And thank you also for your earlier comments regarding the president's commitment to urgently passing a $15 minimum wage. I represent Seattle, the first major city in the country to pass 15. I was on that committee that facilitated that passage, and I'm also a proud lead sponsor, along with Chairman Scott, of the Raise the Wage Act, a bill that the House has passed, but we must find a way to immediately get this passed in the Senate and signed into law by the president. So I hope you and the president will use all the powers of the White House to get this done immediately, along with the PRO Act, another bill that I'm proud to be a lead sponsor of. Secretary Walsh, I also know that we share a commitment to protect the 2.5 million domestic workers who care for our children, elders, people with disabilities, and our homes. I'm aware that you endorsed the Massachusetts Domestic Workers Bill of Rights when it passed in 2014. And now, despite high demand for these workers, they have continue to be excluded from the basic protections of the Fair Labor Standards Act and are among the lowest paid, with nearly 90% getting no benefits and many vulnerable to abuse. These workers are serving on the front lines of the pandemic and provided critical care, allowing people with disabilities and seniors to avoid congregate settings that frequently saw high rates of COVID-19 infection. But this critical workforce has shrunk by 280,000 workers at the beginning of the pandemic, despite an increasing need for home care services. I'm very pleased that the Biden administration has proposed investing $400 billion to expand the home care workforce. Can you speak from your experience, both as mayor and now as Secretary of Labor, to the importance of this investment as critical infrastructure and the role of the Department of Labor in expanding this workforce and improving the recruitment, retention, and advancement of this critical workforce?
No, thank you, Congresswoman. I could speak, I guess, in different levels, but I'm just going to talk about this last year. Around March of 2020, in Boston and in Massachusetts and throughout this country, in Seattle as well, I talked to Mayor Durkin at the time. She told me to be prepared because what's going through the nursing homes in Seattle was coming, hadn't hit Boston yet, and she told me it was coming. So we had an opportunity to go into those facilities and provide PPE for healthcare workers and those domestic workers that working in those healthcare facilities, taking care of our older, fragile adults. And they had to go to work every day. And oftentimes when they went to work, they didn't have the equipment or the material they needed. They were underfunded, underpaid. They take care of our most vulnerable loved ones in our own families, our own fathers and mothers and grandfathers and grandparents. So when you think about it, the investment that President Biden wants to make into that critical industry, as you know, that $400 billion is not just in the facility, but it's also in respecting the worker and raising their wages and give them opportunities to earn more money. Many of those folks that work in that industry, that's their second or third job. And we entrust them with taking care of the most precious people in our lives. So, and also in the community, I just want to read a couple stats here, if you don't mind. 87% of the home care workers are women. The majority are women of color. 37.4% African American, 25.4% are Latino, and 5% are Asian. The median age of the home healthcare worker is over 46 years of age, 30% are 55 and older. If you look at the pandemic numbers, the communities that get hit the hardest with the highest infection rate, the Black community, the Latino community. If you look at the people that had the largest loss of life, people over the age of 55, the same people that we had working in these industries were taking care of our loved ones. So there is no question, my own personal experience, in the need for the CARES economy. I know we want to build new bridges. I know sorry, I'll stop. Good, sorry.
No, thank you.
I'm on a rampage there.
No, it's so great to hear you completely supportive. And I wanted to say that I'm the lead sponsor of the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights in Congress. And of course, my co-sponsor last Congress was now Vice President Kamala Harris. The president has said he wants to sign this bill into law. I'd like to ask for your help and support in continuing to push for a federal standard that would reverse domestic workers' exclusion from the Fair Labor Standards Act and provide workers with the rights and protections. Can you assure me that you'll do everything you can to help me get this signed into law and get those protections for domestic workers across the country?
I have advocates in Massachusetts that are pushing your bill. They're pushing me to support your bill. So I don't have to support your bill. You have my support. I'll do what we can. This is an important piece of legislation.
Thank you so much, Secretary. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I see Mr. Grothman has rejoined us, the gentleman from Wisconsin. Mr. Grothman, recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to lead up by talking about a little different issue. Are you familiar with the 14C certificates and sub-minimum wage?
Yes.
There have been proposals out there, including the general minimum wage bill, that I think would be devastating to work centers and the people with different abilities. And I think there's some misinformation going on around there. Have you ever had an opportunity to tour these work centers in Massachusetts or otherwise?
Sorry, yes, I have. I have one in my district. I actually brought a facility from Quincy, Massachusetts, next door into Dorchester called Work Incorporated.
Okay. Did you get a positive experience?
Very positive.
You are aware that if they got rid of the 14C and say everybody has to make $15 an hour, that you would in essence put these out of business, correct?
Actually, the facility I was talking about in Boston was paying the minimum wage to the people because they were working basically on contracts, state and city and federal contracts. So I think when they bid the work, they bid it at a higher wage rate for the workers. So but I'll keep, I know what you're talking about, the other places.
Do you understand the problem?
I do understand the problem, and I know that there's lots of different opinions and conversations on this as far as what should the worker doing the same work as somebody else in the same field with different skill be paid a different rate. I get the premise of it, yes.
Would you make a commitment to see maybe in another state, one of these work centers that does rely on the sub-minimum wage?
I absolutely be willing to go to a tourist city. Absolutely, no question about it. I would be willing to go into our place.
Okay, thank you much. Next point I want to bring up is I hear from my employers a lot of people sitting on the sidelines because of the unemployment benefits right now. In essence, people can make $30,000 a year not working. And examples of people saying they'll take a job, they don't show up, that sort of thing. Do you believe, and of course, that's not the only benefits you get. Do you believe that we have people sitting on the sideline, not only because of the additional unemployment, but because of other means-based benefits out there in our society?
No, this came up earlier in the conversation. You know, I don't believe that there are 8 million Americans that are collecting unemployment that are staying out of work because of a $300 unemployment benefit. I don't believe that's the case. I think that there's a whole bunch of issues around the 8 million people that are out of work today, and some of them why they're not back at work, and some why they are going back to work. I think that we've seen over the last 4 months, as I mentioned earlier, I apologize for repeating myself, roughly 540,000 people going back to work over the last 4 months. We've seen gains in the system as far as going back into the workforce. I think in the next coming months, we're going to see more people going back into the workforce. We saw the two largest gains the last 2 months in hospitality. I don't see, I think the reasons, if there are reasons people aren't going back in the workforce, it's lack of childcare, it's school still being hybrid, it's people that haven't been vaccinated, people that are taking care of their loved ones. They have medical reasons for not going back, but I don't believe that $300 is keeping the entire 8 million people out of the workforce.
Well, I'm not saying the entire 8 million, it might be 4 million, but will you acknowledge that if you're paying people $30,000 to $35,000 a year not to work, a given segment of people will say, fine, I'm not going to go to work?
Yeah, I don't believe that we're paying people not to work. I think we're trying to support people's livelihood during a pandemic. And I honestly feel that way. I've seen it. I know I'm in a different role today as Secretary of Labor, but I saw it on the ground as Mayor of the City of Boston. I saw the impacts of COVID-19, what they had on the workforce, what they had on businesses, small businesses, on people. So, you know, I do feel as a country, we have to keep in front and center. And I'm not saying this just to you, Congressman, but we have to recognize we're still living in a pandemic and it didn't just disappear. So I think it's important that we continue to support the American workers. I would love to see everyone get back to work. I want to see that happen. That's the reason for this hearing today. The WIOA funding is to get authorization to invest in workers. That's what I want to do.
Okay, I don't want to flop too much over into education here, but I do think we have a problem in which a lot of people are spending time getting an education, but that education is not leading to a job. And eventually what I find in Wisconsin, be it the trades, be it what you would call community colleges, people are getting the 4-year degree. And when they're 28 or 29 years old, they're resurfacing at community colleges to learn how to get a different skill. Do you realize this is a problem, and will you use your position to weigh in and make sure that people are not getting an education that is not of value?
No, I think that, and I know my mother and father would always say this, a college degree is important to get, but I think that the American Jobs Plan is going to be focusing on how do we retrain workers for the jobs of today. I think lots of people I have friends of mine, I went to school for political science. I don't know what that degree got me. I ended up running for public office and won, so I guess it worked out for me. But I definitely think that we have to be thinking about investments in the American Job Plan, how we retrain and reskill workers to get into industry. And I just want to thank you too. I was in Wisconsin last week. You have a beautiful state. We drove around. I went to some job fairs in Madison and Milwaukee. We have a beautiful state there.
Thank you much.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. The next is a gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this important hearing. And Mr. Secretary, I've not had the privilege, but heard so much great things about you. So thank you for your service and thank you for being here this afternoon. Unfortunately, I'm a little late to this meeting due to a hearing on the Budget Committee on which I serve on the President's proposal. So I apologize if some of these questions have been covered, but if you'll just indulge me. When I meet with local businesses in my district, and I represent Rochester, New York, I regularly hear that their greatest challenge is finding skilled labor to fill positions, well, sort of along the set of skills. So from lower skills to higher skills, but skilled workers, and I don't think I need to tell you this, are the backbone of our economy. Apprenticeships provide a unique opportunity to grow and expand access to the workforce. My dad was a member of Local 13 plumbers and seam fitters, did pneumatic controls, and went through an apprentice program out of high school. And the success of apprentice programs is well established. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but according to your own department, 94% of apprentices are employed after completing their apprenticeship programs, earning an average starting salary of $70,000. So apprenticeships clearly set workers on a path to a rewarding and, most importantly, sustainable career. It's essential that we make the necessary investments to bolster our nation's apprentice program. So could you talk a little bit about what you view and what your vision is for the Department of Labor, currently working on ways to expand and any plans in the future to enhance apprenticeship opportunities?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Congressman. First and foremost, I think that you have brought up an important point here, and almost every member has brought up when you talk about job training and jobs not being filled and skilled workers. It clearly shows that we've had a lack of investment in apprenticeship programs and workforce development programs in our country for a long time. The American Jobs Plan, President Biden's plan, is to invest $10 billion over the next 10 years into creating 2 million new jobs in our country. Those jobs can be retrained workers. The previous congressman spoke a moment ago about people going to college, getting 4-year degree and not being able to work. This is geared towards them. The ranking member mentioned Job Corps to me earlier today. This is geared towards people that go through Job Corps. This is geared towards people in Rochester. This is people in Wisconsin, people in Seattle, all across the country. So when we think about these investments, we need to be really cognizant and intentional about making sure that these investments hit the street. I would also say, when you asked the question about Department of Labor, I'd also say we have an obligation to work with employers as well. Employers around the country to find out where these skills, what skills are needed, and how do we pair people up with jobs. So this isn't just simply a job/training program that we're throwing money at a situation. This is bringing employer partners to the table and working with everybody at the table moving forward.
Well, I could agree more with you, and you make some really important points as it relates to employers. I know the administration has endorsed the National Apprenticeship Act, which I was proud to lead the rule on the floor, and which I strongly support. We passed it in the House earlier this year. Could you discuss the importance of the legislation and how the department would be able to improve the administration of apprenticeships, both existing ones, pre-apprenticeships, and those in industries that typically don't have apprenticeship programs?
Yeah, first of all, the president has been very clear that he supports a bipartisan approach to real reform. So I just want to start with talking about that, which will create and expand registered apprenticeships and youth apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships. The Department of Labor, before me, meaning since January, and now with me, supports the goal of modernizing comprehensive apprenticeship systems outlined in the Bill 447 in the National Apprenticeship Act of 2021. I look forward to working with Congress and all of you to achieve this important reform of registered apprenticeships and national apprenticeship systems. I think that, again, it's one of the best things we can do for the future American workforce.
Well, very good. I appreciate your leadership on this. As a diehard Celtics fan, maybe I can invite you to Rochester and we can talk about their fortunes and also talk a little bit about apprentice programs and how we can continue to further the agenda of the department. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank you, sir. Our poor Celtics had a tough ending.
Thank you. The secretary has agreed to be with us long enough for everyone to have 5 minutes, but he needs a break at 2:30. We have time for one more questioner before the 10-minute break at 2:30. So we'll recognize now the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Secretary Walsh. Before I segue into my question about default electronic delivery, I'd like to share the concerns of my state of over 250,000 small business owners here in the state of Utah. That number of small businesses represents 97% of all Utah businesses. It's also a number that represents over 50% of the employees in the state here in Utah. The numbers in January of 2021 show that Utah is a leader in rebounding from the pandemic, less than 3% of unemployment. We are a state that takes pride in work. The number one concern of Utahns is reflected in our internal numbers, showing us that our government, using revenue generated from our taxes, is now paying small business employees $17 an hour to stay at home and not work for businesses that can only afford to pay $12, $13, $14, $15 per hour. There are many in my state who believe that this is a sideways effort by the Biden administration to force small businesses to pay what Congress could not force them to pay through legislation of $15 per hour. I want to echo my colleagues' request that it makes sense that your department should never, ever put in place policies that purposely hurt and kill businesses of millions of entrepreneurs. Enhanced and unemployment payments should never, ever be another option if it shows real-time data shows what my state is feeling. Earlier, you said that you look into the data results of states that ended enhanced unemployment and those who didn't. Does that mean that you're not getting the data is an option?
No, nobody's ended the $300 yet.
Yeah, that will here in the state, that ends on June, the 26th of this month here in the state of Utah. So we will have time to see the difference when that ends. So my question is it an option not to get the data to show the difference in those two choices?
No, I mean, I think that if when and if it ends in Utah, if you have data, I would love to see it.
Okay, good. Well, 26 states across the country are ending it. Again, Utah will be ended June the 26th, so we should have that data. And if it shows what we're feeling, I hope this will never be another discussion in terms of how we get our country back. So I want to turn the page real quick. Last year, the Department of Labor issued a safe harbor rule that allowed for default electronic delivery of retirement plan documents. Before using this safe harbor, plan sponsors were required to send a one-time paper notice to plan participants, notifying them of electronic delivery. Plans using this safe harbor also allowed participants to opt into paper copies at no cost to them if they preferred paper. This 2020 rule was finalized after it garnered support from a broad range of retirement savings stakeholders, including several union pension funds. The shift toward e-delivery allows for cost-effective and convenient access to retirement benefits information. In fact, plan participants with e-delivery have higher levels of engagement with their investments and higher contribution rates, positively impacting their retirement options. This 2020 e-delivery rule is a balanced approach that contains important consumer protections and harnesses the ability to electronic communication to increase engagement and retirement averages at a lower cost. Would you agree that the increase in online engagement by plan participants has a positive impact on retirement preparedness?
I can't answer that because I'm not sure. If you give me some opportunity to look into it and to see if that's the case, I'll look into that.
I would really hope you do that. And I'll also, let me just ask you this, and you might have to look into this again, but I understand the department is also undergoing a study of the impact of the 2020 rule on seniors and those in the rural areas as required by the Consolidation Appropriation Act, CAA. This report is due at the end of the year. Do you have any idea on this, whether you'll be able to meet that statutory deadline at this particular point?
Congressman, you clearly did your homework and I didn't. So let me get back to you on that one as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I totally understand. So I want to thank you again. I'd like to yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Dr. Fox. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. And Mr. Secretary, we have noticed that you'd have to get back to us on a lot of issues, and we'll be looking forward to that. I do have one quick question and maybe possibly sort of a guidance. Earlier, you made the comment that some people are on their way to college and some people are on their way to a career. What in the world do you think people going to college are getting or looking forward to? Do you
What I
think
was,
they're looking forward to a career, or are they looking forward to contemplating their navels when they graduate?
well, what I was referencing, this, first of all, this is my 78th day on the job, so I'm still learning as we move forward, just put in the record. And what I was talking about was in high school, not every person graduating high school is on their way to college. They have obstacles and barriers to get there. They might have financial, many of them have financial obstacles. Some aren't prepared for college. I went to college for a year and a half and I dropped out. I ended up going back to school later in life and got my degree at Boston College. So when I was talking about pathways, when a 12th grader graduate high school, if you're a school district, you have to have that 12th grader on a pathway to college, which is meaning accepted to college or into college, or a pathway to a career. Is there an opportunity to get that young person to an apprentice program or into a career so that that person doesn't end up in a job corps years later because there's no options for them? And that's what I meant by that.
Okay, well, we'll talk some more about how we can, I think, use better language to encourage people to think positively about where they're going. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll give the secretary a 10-minute break. The next questioner will be the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, who will reconvene in 10 minutes. Lady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Walsh, for your time today. It's great to see you again, having just seen you about a week ago when you took time to visit Pennsylvania's 7th district, my district, and we really appreciated it. As you know, our district really highlights the opportunity envisioned by the American Jobs Plan to rebuild our economy with a Made in America grit and to create good family sustaining jobs. And I just think that your presence in our district as the first cabinet secretary of this administration to PA7 was really important. I just want to start with a quick question, maybe quick. Can you provide us with a timeline for further action on a COVID-19 related emergency temporary standard, as well as offer any insight on how your department and OSHA might incorporate evolving public health guidance into such a standard?
Thank you, Congresswoman, and I enjoyed the trip. I really did, and thank you for that. Had a great time, and I've been talking about it ever since, especially the tour of the old steel mill. The temporary standard will be posted tomorrow. The emergency temporary standard will be posted tomorrow. It's on hospital healthcare workers, and there'll be strong guidance on other industries, and there'll be a briefing. I believe there's going to be a briefing tomorrow for all staff.
Okay.
So that was just I was able to announce that just at the beginning of this hearing. It just passed OIRA and it's public.
I must have missed that. I'm so sorry, but thank you so much. Moving on, in my district, we have 2 community colleges. Out of the 14 in Pennsylvania, 2 of them are in my district, and they are shining stars or jewels of the district, as I call them. They're great community partners. They support workforce programs that empower students with the skills that they need to succeed in and contribute to our economy. And I believe that it's great that the American Jobs Plan outlines investment in a community college training partnership program, one informed by previous work on trade adjustment assistance programs based at community colleges, and as well as outlining a sectoral program, the sector program, that builds on our previous work in the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. What lessons learned from these 2 prior initiatives, the sector program and the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, what lessons learned from those have informed the development of the proposals of the administration? And how can the Federal Department of Labor support the specific workforce development needs of our local communities and economies?
Thank you. What informed the suggested investment is evidence-based practices and talking and seeing what's working. What supports the apprenticeship investment is evidence-based practices, but also success and outcomes of those programs. And I think that that's key. I think that as we think about making these investments, as you think about making these investments, not only will the individuals that go through these programs be benefited from them to earn better wages and get into the middle class, but also your community colleges benefit by these investments, by able to administer these programs in a lot of cases. And I think that we have to look at, as a country, a stronger partnership with our community college system. I've met with the National Association of Community Colleges already. I've had 1 meeting. And that's a natural area to go when we think about investments in communities, because they're in communities. Most of them, a majority of them, are in communities that people are underemployed in a lot of cases, or don't have opportunities. So I look forward to working with you, but also with your colleagues in community college. Doesn't matter, Democrats, Republicans. Let's strengthen the system. Let's make investments in people, and let's get people opportunities to get better paying jobs and opportunities to the middle class.
Well, thank you. We are completely on the same page about this. I believe the community colleges really offer a wonderful opportunity. So many in my community who are 1st generation college students go to the 2 community colleges, and they get and the community colleges have shown just a remarkable ability to adapt to a changing needs by employers in a way that 4-year colleges I don't think are geared to do. So we see our community colleges steering new students into career paths, job paths where they are very much needed and likely to become quickly employed. So let's keep working on that. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Next is my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and thank you, Secretary Walsh, for being with us today. Secretary Walsh, in any vetting process, it's important to discuss a person's record and history of past relevant actions. I understand that members of your own party are calling for your resignation, saying that you covered up allegations of domestic violence against your nominee for the Boston Police Chief Commissioner position, Dennis White. According to reports, in 1993, Mr. White allegedly verbally abused, slapped, punched, and threw his niece down a stairway during a fight. In 1999, Mr. White allegedly threatened to shoot his daughter if she ever approached him while he was asleep. Also in 1999, Mr. White's ex-wife got a restraining order against him. And yet, despite this clear history of alleged misconduct, you still chose to appoint him to lead Boston's police department. 2 days ago, the new acting mayor of Boston, Kim Janey, announced that she had fired Commissioner White due to these domestic violence allegations. Former Boston Police Commissioner William Gross swore in an affidavit that you knew about Mr. White's background when you selected him for the job, a claim supported by a local district prosecutor. Last week, in a sworn statement, Mr. White said that he informed you that he'd been the subject of a restraining order related to the domestic abuse allegations. Secretary Walsh, a simple yes or no question, please. Do you assert that Mr. Gross and or Mr. White lied with these sworn affidavits and sworn statements?
Well, first of all, Congressman, thank you for bringing this up. I appreciate it because nobody from my party, the Democratic Party, has asked for my resignation. I was not aware of these incidents when I appointed Dennis White as Commissioner of Boston. If I had known that, that would not have I would not have appointed him.
So
He also
you're
has,
asserting that, excuse me, sir, you're asserting that, and his Mr. White in his sworn statement said that he informed you that he'd been the subject of the restraining order related to domestic abuse allegation. You're asserting that Mr. White is lying with that sworn statement.
well, I'm not sure if you go back and look at the sworn statement in the context that it was spoken and written, it was not that clear.
All right, how about with respect to Mr. Gross's sworn affidavit that you knew about Mr. White's background when you selected him?
From what I understand, Mr. Gross's sworn affidavit said that there was a recommendation, a file reviewed. It never clearly stated that I got the file, and I never received a file on Dennis White.
Given the fact that you seem to ignore the critical information and appointed a person with a documented violent history to the highest rank of the police department in Boston, do you feel like you should resign?
I didn't ignore anything. I wasn't aware of the situation until quite honestly, after I appointed him and it was pointed out to me in the newspaper.
Mr. Secretary Walsh, the American people deserve to know what's happening in their government. And given your history as mayor of Boston, I think it's appropriate to ask you if you're aware of any domestic violence perpetrated by your staff during your time in leadership at the Department of Labor. And if there were, what actions would you take?
I would take immediate actions if I knew, if anything came to light that I understood, I'd take immediate action.
And so if someone on your
just
staff,
like I did in the situation of Commissioner White, as soon as I found out, immediately I placed him on paid leave and hired an outside investigator to do an investigation, not an internal investigation, an external investigation that did an investigation that led to his dismissal by the current acting mayor.
thank you, sir. One would hope that a president would seek transparency and put capable people in leadership roles in his administration. However, if Mr. Biden won't admit to the corrupt dealings of his own son, Hunter, his failure to set high standards for his cabinet should come as no surprise. Secretary Walsh, why should the American people trust an administration that has a history of covering up domestic violence and questionable actions with foreign entities by the president's own son?
I'm not going to comment on that. It doesn't justify an answer.
Mr. Walsh, or Secretary Walsh, leading the Labor Department, your mission should be to put American jobs first. How do you defend the Biden administration using its first days in office to fire thousands of Americans by shutting down the Keystone Pipeline and simultaneously endorsing Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline?
Well, what I do support is President Biden's American Rescue Plan. is getting millions of Americans back to work. What I do support is President Biden's American Jobs Plan, American Families Plan.
Excuse
which
me,
is
sir,
about
do you support him
rebuilding-
shutting down the
rebuilding
pipeline
America.
and improving the Nord Stream 2 pipeline?
Again, I think that the president made it very clear when he unveiled his climate goals about creating opportunities and equity and jobs in those areas to replace a new industry in our country, to create opportunities in that industry.
Thank you, sir. My time's expired.
Thank you,
You're back,
Congressman.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The next is gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Fox, for convening this hearing today. And thank you, Secretary Walsh, for joining us this afternoon. And I will apologize on behalf of my Republican colleagues. You were not brought here today to answer innuendo and this kind of questioning. You were brought here today to talk about budget and agenda for the Department of Labor. And I will make sure that I'm asking you those very kinds of questions. So I do apologize. It is not meant for you to be here being questioned and, and innuendo and all these kinds of accusations being made towards you. But thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I had the benefit of being able to hear from you just recently as you addressed the Democratic Women's Caucus earlier this week. And the work of the Department of Labor is vital to continue to ensure that all working families in America can live more productive and safer lives. And your record as mayor of Boston and your work with the trade unions and the business community and everyday working people leaves you with a unique perspective on the American workforce. And the work still needed to ensure that every American has access to middle class and also middle class values and the American dream. And our committee right here has been focused on that very work that you are ensuring happens, whether it be rebuilding America's workforce or ensuring that workers have adequate safety standards. However, I'd really like to kind of transition today and talk a little bit more about the need for comprehensive national paid leave, creating a sustainable workforce, a framework for paid family leave and medical leave, these programs, which are essential for building a fair and equitable society. And the past year has definitely shown us that no one is immune to the need for care for their child or their loved one, and no one should lose their job simply because they needed to show their loved one that same kind of kindness that we all would want in a similar situation. And the pandemic, COVID-19 definitely did expose the costs and the consequences of gaps in these very important protections. So expansions of these benefits is vital to ensuring a safe, productive, and healthy workforce. I just one question for you, sir. Secretary Walsh, please just expound upon what is the economic benefit to workers, their families, and the overall economy of a national, comprehensive, paid family and medical leave program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. And I just want to begin by saying no need to apologize. I appreciate your words and I thank you for that. But I appreciate that. One thing to answer your question, that studies have showed workers lose about $22.5 billion in wages annually due to lack of paid family leave. And when you think about the impact that that has in our economy, access to paid leave increases labor force participation for women, and a paid leave reduces racial disparities in wage loss. So you think about those three things I just said, and what the impact would be for paid family leave to the American economy would be profound in some ways. I guess you could use, I don't know if profound's the right word, but I'm using profound. It would be a great way of moving forward. When you think about the impacts of COVID-19 on the economy, the numbers as high as 4 million women have been pushed out of the workforce. When you look around the country and you look at cities and towns across the country, often in a lot of cities and towns, the wage earners, the breadwinners in families are women. The head of the household is women. So having a strong, comprehensive paid family program works. When I had a chance to meet with, as I mentioned a little earlier, met with some companies, Levi's was one of them. They talked about the importance of paid family leave in their company and what it meant for the workers in their company, and it meant for the productivity in their company. And all of the signs for paid family leave are positive. There's no negative signs. So when we'd say paid family leave or medical leave, there's no negative signs in this.
Thank you very much, and I release the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The next is the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. First, I want to thank you for being here today. I do appreciate it. I have a limited amount of time, so I want to ask you just three really very simple questions. Yes and no answers are fine. And honestly, these are not trick questions. Would you agree that ensuring our nation has a strong labor market is really paramount for our recovery?
I completely agree with you.
Thank you so much. And then historically, economies that have millions of job openings, typically that would mean low unemployment would follow, correct?
You're right, correct. Yeah, in a normal circumstance, when we're
Thank
not
you.
dealing with a pandemic, yes.
My third question is, would you agree that it is best to have American citizens working and making a positive contribution to our economy rather than receiving unemployment benefits?
As a former mayor, absolutely. I wanted to get my unemployment rate as low as possible, and I wanted to create as many good jobs as possible in the city of
Thank
Boston
you.
in my time there.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you agree with me on these basics. Now I continue to hear from employers and businesses in my district that they're unable to find people who are actually willing to work due to this administration's enhanced unemployment benefits. You testified that you agreed with me that it is best to have Americans working rather than relying on the government. The facts are clear that the unenhanced unemployment benefits are hindering our recovery, especially here in my district. So I ask you, I am looking for a time frame, when will it be necessary to end these benefits if the recent jobs reports aren't enough of a sign?
Let me thank you. I was just writing some notes down just so I got it all. First, thank you for this line of questioning. I think it's an important conversation to have, and I think we need to continue to have this conversation.
It just seems like there's a reverse, or we're missing cause and effect.
Well, I think that just one thing I think we have to remain cognizant of. We are still in or coming out of a global pandemic that the likes of which we haven't seen in the United States of America in 100 years. In saying that, the benefit, the unemployment extension benefit expires in September. And when you look at President Biden's recovery plan, we've added in the last 4 months about over 2.1 million jobs have been added to our economy. And as we see the connection between the CDC reducing some of the restrictions on masks and restrictions, as we see states and cities around the country reduce and come back on some of their restrictions on COVID, we're seeing more and more people enter into the workforce. And as we start seeing childcare facilities open and schools open, and hopefully summer camps open, that's going to be key. We're going to see more and more people go back into the economy.
So are you optimistic that at the end of September, these enhanced benefits will be done?
Yeah, I mean, that they expire then. They do expire then. And I'm also hopeful and optimistic that our economy and more people will be working by the end of September.
Yeah,
we'll be
on
on
the same sheet of music. I mean, we have 9.3 million jobs, and we don't have people to fill those jobs. My concern is if we don't keep the businesses open by the time the enhanced unemployment benefits run out and expire in September, they won't have any businesses to go back to work to. So I think you and I are on the same sheet of music. But why do you and President Biden remain so committed to the unnecessary spending of the taxpayer dollars on these benefits? Do you really think they're needed?
I do honestly think they're needed. I really do. And I think that
Even with the numbers and the data we have?
Well, the numbers and data is how people read them, quite honestly. And I think that there's still a lot of pain in this country. People have lost their job. People have lost the industry they worked in. many of the restaurants that are looking for workers now, about 25% of our restaurants, roughly, at least I can speak for Boston, I can't speak for the country, are out
Sure.
of business, not because of not having
And,
workers, because of
and
the
sir,
pandemic.
I think you and I are close on this. One last question before I yield my time back. Am I hearing you correctly that you will commit to this committee to ending these unnecessary benefits as soon as possible? Hopefully
No.
in September.
No, I won't commit to ending them as soon as possible, but they expire in September. So for all intents and purposes, in September, they expire. So that, I guess you could say at that point, they end.
Thank you for your time, sir. I yield back.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah. Thank you, Secretary Walsh, for being here today and for your testimony. In Connecticut and across the country, and even in this hearing today, we've heard a lot about underemployment and jobs that are unable to be filled. I think where we disagree is on some of the reasons. What I'm hearing from my constituents is that it's everything from childcare to low wages to, we keep hearing just belabored the unemployment plus up, which is not the only reason that people are not returning to the workforce. Yesterday, a former Reagan official stated on Fox News, and I quote, "The poor, the minorities, the disenfranchised, those with less education, young people who haven't had the job experience, those people are not worth $15 an hour in most cases." So we are so far apart on where we stand on these issues. So I'm so happy to hear your support today for the $15 minimum wage and the fact that every person is worthy of a living wage despite their labor or contributions to the economy. I have two questions today, and I'm going to ask them both just so that I can yield the rest of the time to you to answer. I'm from Connecticut, so you have to know I'm going to ask you a question about registered apprenticeships. We need long-term strategies to support the creation of high-paying jobs for all workers. One such opportunity is registered apprenticeships. My question, though, is about pre-apprenticeships. I was a high school teacher, and in high schools around the country, we commonly refer to college and career pathways or college and career readiness. That's an accepted term that everyone understands and that we deal with. My question for you, Secretary Walsh, is how will the investments in registered apprenticeships that are called for in the Biden American Jobs Plan help individuals afford to participate in these apprenticeships? We see so many of these programs that are unpaid apprenticeships, and for many of the children in my class, they wouldn't have been able to access those opportunities. And then my second question is, there's another segment of the workforce that we haven't really heard a lot about, the formerly incarcerated who have long faced barriers to economic stability. How can Congress support the Department of Labor in your efforts to expand services for returning citizens to ensure they are not underemployed or unemployed and can become productive citizens?
Thank you very much. First of all, if I run over my time, Mr. Chairman, just stop me because this is an area that I'm pretty passionate about in my time, in my whole lived experience, whether as a worker, as the head of the building trades, as a state representative, or as a mayor of Boston. First and foremost, your first comment, you didn't ask me a question. $15 on a minimum wage is something that we need to advocate for. Every single American deserves it. Every single American deserves it, regardless of their status, where they're from, what their work history is. We need to make sure we put people on level playing fields. And that's what the intention, that's what the president's intention is about. That's what my intention is about. And that's what we need to do moving forward. And I think if you talk to most employers in America, they would agree as well. As far as registered apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships, it's incumbent that we make sure that people that enter into those apprenticeships, that they get paid, number one, that they have an opportunity. We talked a little about, Congressman Norcross asked me a little bit earlier about the building trades. Once you're in the apprenticeship program, you're getting paid. We also have to be more cognizant and more intentional about creating opportunities for people of color and women to get into those building trade and those pathway programs. I didn't see the TV interview by the Reagan official, but I'd be willing to bet that the people that he was talking about never had an opportunity in their chance life to get into some type of apprenticeship program. The people he labeled as people of color and not working. So that's what we need to do. We need to be more intentional about creating pathways. And then when it comes to formerly incarcerated, I will go one step further, not just formerly incarcerated, but I think we have to do a better job in America of going to urban America and going to cities in America where young people quit school, they're hanging on the corner, they're involved in activity, and they might be involved in the criminal justice system. And how do we create pathways before they get incarcerated into apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs? Because what a lot of people just need is an opportunity and a chance. And I believe in second chances and I believe in third chances because I was given second chances in my life. And that's, I'm sitting in front of you as a person that was given a second and a third chance many times. So I certainly think we need to be more intentional about the work we do. The investments in the WIOA reauthorization, we have investments in apprenticeships, we have investments in work training and workforce development, and we have investments in reentry as well. So those dollars are tied into the WIOA reauthorization. So I hope that we can have the authorization done quickly so we can start to make those investments, and including the American Jobs Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You're a breath of fresh air. Mr. Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hirschberger, Miller, gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparts. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for hanging in there today. I know it's kind of a long process here. I wanted to just take maybe a 30,000 foot look at some of the issues that are, somewhat similar to what's been discussed, but and I know you just mentioned again that you were a member of the Assembly of the House in Massachusetts, and I just came out of the Wisconsin legislature after 25 years. So I'm just newly elected in November to Congress. And in Wisconsin, just like it is in many other states, unemployment insurance is sometimes set by kind of a nonpartisan council. So you've got labor, you've got management, they sit in the room, they iron things out, set the rate that employers will pay into the unemployment fund. And like I said, I have a long enough tenure that when I was in Wisconsin in the state Senate, just like many of the other states, when we had a downturn in the economy in 08, 09, that fund was in trouble because there were so many individuals that actually were collecting the unemployment insurance compensation. We were able to fix that in like I said, in a nonpartisan way, in a uniform way. They were able to fix that by tweaking some things related to unemployment. And then we were doing fine. We were doing fine right up until the pandemic. So, what I find right now is that this is having a detrimental effect, I think, state by state by state, as you see these unemployment funds diminish. And I want to put it on your radar screen because I think we're going to find ourselves at a point in time, could be 6 months, could be a year from now, could be longer, where suddenly it's going to be states saying, okay, we still need an unemployment fund in this state, even though, the enhanced benefits are gone and COVID hopefully is being managed. It's never going away. It's going to be managed. This is going to fall, I think, squarely back on the federal government to try and figure a way out of this. Because, the way things look right now, the economy is strong, but I don't know that you could go to small business and say, listen, we're going to have to increase the unemployment insurance compensation rate to fill the red ink that's probably going to emerge in a lot of these situations.
Thank you, Congressman. I can't disagree with anything you just said. I will say this: I spent 16 years in the Massachusetts House, and I was like you, in the legislature in 2008-9 when we had the recession. I was there in 2001 and 2 when we had a dip in the economy as well. You're right. The rate was set by a bipartisan group of folks. It was funded by the legislature and by businesses. I think that what we've experienced, and I don't want to be critical of any states, but what we're seeing is a consistent underfunding of the fund in certain states, and also this year the pandemic obviously came on. 30 plus million Americans out of work literally overnight. Wisconsin, Massachusetts, all over the country, people applying for unemployment because their job was gone. And when President Biden got elected, one of the first things he did in the American Rescue Plan was put a $2 billion investment there for us here at Department of Labor at ETA to take a look at the systems across the country and to make investments. Now that $2 billion is probably not going to fix the problem that you pointed out that probably is going to happen. But what we have to do is come up with a reform of the UI system that works. In some states, they have old technology they're using. In some states, it's the benefit levels are all over the place. So we really have to have a comprehensive unemployment insurance reform package here. And then we have to work with the states and the territories on carrying that out. So again, everything you said, not going to argue anything you said. Some states have pointed out to me that their funds they're in trouble because they're draining down on it and they don't have kind of a way to build those funds back up. We also had the issue of fraud that came up and breaking into our system. So all of these issues, if at the end of the day, we have a system that's reformed and that works, a UI system that works for states, for people, for businesses, for employers, then we would have done our job. So it's incumbent upon us here at the Department of Labor to make sure that we work collectively with other states and territories to get this right.
Okay, very good. Mr. Chair, I'll just say real quick too, want to put in a good word. I always try to talk about the tech college system. I know it varies from state to state, but in a lot of instances, it's been the one group of educators that have been nimble enough to try and respond to crises like we're having right now. And so anything we can do for the tech colleges, I think makes sense and is also going to be a great investment for the federal government. Keep your eye on the ball because I think that's another thing that's going to have to change very quickly. But thanks for being with us today.
I agree with you there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman's time's expired. The next is the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your persistence, Mr. Secretary, and for fighting for justice for American workers. It's great to see you. And I certainly want to follow up on the words of my colleague there. Your buddy, Secretary Cardona, was in my district yesterday at a community college, and the president's plan in our bill, the America's College Promise, 2 years of free community college for everybody, is such a cornerstone of what we've got to do. So I appreciate your leadership on all of that. Let me try to ask you a couple of things that people haven't talked much about. The federal government maintains a lot of purchasing power, right, via numerous programs throughout the executive branch. And I strongly believe that the federal government should not provide taxpayer money to employers who do not respect their workers or who shift jobs around. How can we ensure that money spent by the federal government goes only to entities that implement and abide by strong labor protections? And how does the Department of Labor coordinate with other federal agencies in that regard? And are there ways that we can make interagency coordination stronger for labor protections for all of our workers who are working on these federal dollars that we get?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. I mean, I think one of the ways of doing this across cabinet is President Biden's Buy American plan. And how do we make sure that we make those investments, not just in the contracts that are given out, but how do we make sure there's equity in it? We are working internally here at the Department of Labor on the equity executive order the president signed. We want to make sure that not only are workers paid a fair wage, but it's also that we increase the amount of spending that's in with businesses of color, women, veterans-owned businesses, so we can actually create more equity there as well. So I think that this is going to be conversations that will be ongoing as we continue to move forward here with Department of Labor and with the administration as a whole.
Outstanding. I hope we can, advance all so that workers on federal contracts are free to form unions, without interference and all that. So I really look forward to supporting your work on that. And let me mention also the crucial role of iLab in the USMCA situation. Allegations of vote tampering came to light during a union election in General Motors' Silao assembly plant in the Mexican state of Guanajuato. And subsequently, the Mexican Labor Ministry had to invalidate that election, and the U.S. filed a complaint under the USMCA Rapid Response Labor Mechanism, which is a new thing. This is one of a number of problems with Mexico's implementation of USMCA's labor provisions that have, and the ILAB, the International Labor Affairs Bureau in DOL, has specific responsibility for ensuring our trading partners meet their labor obligations, but especially this new power under USMCA. So I know you've appointed a great person to run that, and I wondered if you could speak to your efforts with the U.S. Trade Representative to ensure that Mexico meets its labor commitments under the USMCA, and whether you've had contacts with your counterparts in Mexico on this, and just basically anything we could do to support your work on this, because it's super important that those new labor provisions succeed.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. The ILAB staff regularly engages with the Mexico's Minister of Labor and others in Mexico to support the compliance with the labor commitments to the USMCA. Mexico's new labor institutions have started to resolve disputes and register unions and collective bargaining agreements. Obviously, the pandemic has worsened the challenge involved in the Mexico's ambitious labor policy, but we're going to continue to work. In support of ILAB, the USMCA's mission, they're working to hire new staff for monitoring enforcement, including 5 labor attaches in Mexico. So that's one of the first meetings I had when I after I got sworn in was with ILAB, and they were talking about the attaches. We had 2 on the grounds, and there was 3 that weren't, and that makes a big difference, particularly with the pandemic. So we're in the process right now of I think there's a bit of a process hiring up, but we're in the process of hiring, and I know it's been posted, and I think we're interviewing there. And ILAB has also awarded more than $80 million in projects funding to support labor reforms in Mexico. So that's another important step that we take to reduce workplace discrimination, address child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and making sure to ensure other successes of efforts related to implementation of the USMCA. So we're going to work closely with all of our partners here so that we can make sure that this is a successful relationship.
Outstanding. I'm glad you're there to drive all that forward. I'm looking forward to helping in any way we can. And I think my time's expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman Scott, and thank you very much, Secretary. I believe these last 7 months have taught us anything throughout the Biden administration. It's that the Biden agenda, the Democratic agenda, it puts the interest of union bosses over the interest of union workers. The Biden administration's pro-union boss agenda has been a death knell for the American worker in my district and across the country. With the flick of his cufflink bedazzled wrist, our monarch in chief has demolished 4 years of pro-worker, pro-business initiatives enacted by the previous administration, including updated regulations on joint employer status, independent contractors, industry-recognized apprenticeships, religious liberty, and union transparency. Perhaps most striking is the current administration's callous disregard for industry-recognized apprenticeships, which create a powerful employment pathway for young American workers. I believe it was on February 19, 2021, President Biden signed an executive order President Biden rescinded the executive order, which created the IRAP program and asked the DOL to consider new rulemaking to reverse apprenticeship programs. The gloves have come off. The blindfold is being ripped from the eyes of the American people, and we are now seeing the Democratic tech policy for what it truly is, a full-scale war on the blue-collar worker. I will not be silent while thousands of blue-collar workers in my district are crushed beneath the boot hill of white-collar liberal lawyers here in Washington. Secretary Walsh, industry-recognized apprenticeship programs combines workforce training with paid work component and an educational or instructional component and results in an industry-recognized credential. It is the most cost-efficient way to give participants the chance to learn skills and make a wage in time in an industry where they will get a good-paying job as soon as they finish the program. In February 2021, less than a year from the IRAP's final rule, President Biden rescinded yet another one of President Trump's initiatives, the IRAP program. My question for you is, why were IRAPs rescinded before even having a chance to show how valuable they are?
Thank you, Congressman, for your comments and question. I'm concerned that the IRAPs are a duplicate system that doesn't require worker protection and quality standard of registered apprenticeships. And I think that while our review is currently ongoing, I just want to reiterate my commitment I made during my confirmation process that will ensure the voices of all industries are heard, including, I mean, obviously, we have a hearing today. I'd love to talk to you more outside this hearing. The rulemaking process that we do regarding IRAPs will be transparent. We're going to go through public notice and comment period, and there'll be an opportunity for people to explain how successful they are and what the benefits have been. And the department intends to issue spring regulatory agenda shortly.
Right, but as I understand, with you all rescinding the final ruling on this, it doesn't keep in place the ongoing IRAP program, people who are already enrolled in this program. But how does that help people in my generation, the new workforce, people returning from the military, people who are just graduating college, people who are just entering the workforce from high school? How does that help us in the future, and why are we halting that?
Because the president in the American Jobs Plan is making a $10 billion investment over 10 years to create 2 million new apprentices. And the folks in your generation and older generations, younger generations will have opportunities in those generations. And those are long-standing apprenticeship programs that show benefits and success over the years.
All right, thank you very much, Secretary. And I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, is she on the platform? Gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens, we're having trouble hearing you. It doesn't look like you're muted.
Haley, do you have an external microphone, possibly?
We're going to ask the staff to get in touch with Ms. Stevens to get her online. In the meanwhile, we'll go to Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you very much, Chairman Scott, and thank you, Secretary Welch, for addressing how the American Rescue Plan has already created more jobs than during any other presidency, and how we'll build on that with the American Jobs Plan. Loved hearing what we plan to do with the apprenticeships and the work with community colleges, to just name a few of the two initiatives you've talked about. Secretary Walsh, I want to focus on how the Department of Labor can help two specific groups: our artists harmed by the pandemic and our fossil fuel workers as we transition to a cleaner economy. As we discussed last week at the Congressional Hispanic Caucus meeting, the creative economy is essential to the US economy, and especially in New Mexico. But at the height of the pandemic, 63% of those in the creative sector were unemployed. Do you agree that creative workers as a group have been severely impacted by the COVID pandemic?
Yeah, as I said in the caucus the other day, there's no question about it. And I saw it in my city, but all across this country. Other than the extension of unemployment benefits, many people in the creative economy had nothing. They lost everything. There was no relief for their space. There was no relief for studios. If you had a studio, they had nothing. So I absolutely agree with that. And when you think about the creative economy, the impacts that has in our economy in a positive, it outweighs it's astronomical as well in a positive way.
Thank you. And I think you're right about, I love Amanda Gorman's poem where she calls upon us to repair our nation, right? That the power of that poem tells us a lot. So I am working on legislation to help the creative economy to address those kinds of things that will go under the Department of Labor, where you'll consult with the NEA. And it's intended to put unemployed artists and creatives to work on those public art experiences for our communities. We recognize that back when we did the WPA coming out of the Depression. We recognize that in New Mexico, where we have a 1%
of public capital funding for arts projects. You know, and those WPA arts are still inspiring us today. I would ask whether you'd support a program like this to help get creative workers back into jobs while bringing arts and programs to our communities.
No, absolutely. And when you think about workforce boards across the United States, they're there to support workers and partners with employers and industries in jobs and regions. And so we have, when you think about it, we have it for our youth partnerships in Boston. And now we should be thinking about it a little differently when we talk about, you know, creative economy artists and independent folks that are working. I absolutely agree with that.
Okay, great. And now, you know, I'm going to turn to our transition. I really appreciate Congressman Desaulnier bringing up the need to help workers as we transition to a clean energy economy. You know, we don't have steel workers and Boilermakers in New Mexico, but what we do have are the fossil fuel workers who helped supply the energy to our nation for decades. And these workers are often rural, and in my state, they're Native American and Latino as well. And I invite you to New Mexico to visit these areas. We'll go from creatives to our fossil fuel areas. But I did want to ask you how the Department of Labor plan to assist fossil fuel workers as we transition to a clean energy economy to combat climate change, and what we can do in Congress to help serve this workforce.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invite, and I look forward to getting to your district and getting to New Mexico. I really am looking forward to that. A little earlier, I was asked a similar question, and I think there's two things. One is there's a major reauthorization. When I say major, there's a reauthorization of WIOA for veterans to be able to get into the clean economy, if you will. And there's also job training, workforce development, apprenticeship programs as well for retraining. Well, let's just say retraining, enhancing their skills of workers that understand the fossil fuel industry that can work into the new environmental industry. And I think that, you know, you don't have to train them. They already have the skills. What you have to do is expand their skills and expand their understanding of this industry. So I think we have a unique opportunity right now at this moment in time in this country to really, with a president that is making major investments and willing to make major investments in this industry, while we're able to do two things. One is we're able to combat climate change, we're able to reduce carbon emissions, we're able to make our environment cleaner and safer and healthier for the next generation of young people. But we also get a chance to take the workers that are currently working in the fossil fuel industry and other industries and help them to be able to earn good living, good wages in the same industry that's converting our environment into a safe place.
Thank you so very much. My time has expired and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and thank you, Ranking Member Dr. Fox. And Secretary Walsh, thank you for being with us today. Such a long time. We started at 7 here in California, and you know we are still on. So thank you very much. Let me get just straight to the question. In California, we've been seeing that ABC test to reclassify independent contractors as employees have been a failure. It limits and in many cases prevents Americans looking for jobs from finding flexible options for work. It hurts workers, it hurts businesses, and it hurts consumers. The blanket approach in California as AB5 proved to be a disaster and is now riddled with exemptions. Following these policies is guaranteed to cause more harm to workers at the national level. We saw a push for the California ABC test in the PRO Act. It's a Protecting the Rights to Organize Act. And now you are on the record supporting the reclassification of workers who choose to be independent contractors. Why would you continue to push it for a failed policy that limits the flexibility and opportunity offered by independent contracting?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for your concern. I know my home state of Massachusetts, the ABC test has proven to be helpful, but misclassification of workers are deprived of a long list of legally mandated benefits and protections, such as minimum wage, overtime pay, workplace health and safety protections, unemployment and workers' compensation insurance, and the right to organize and collect a bargain. The policy of the Biden administration is to create and support good quality union jobs in the place where they're union and strengthen workers' power. A comprehensive solution to workers' misclassification is a key part of that agenda. The president strongly supports protecting the Rights to Organize Act, which would establish the ABC test and in the National Labor Act. We support a comprehensive approach to addressing misclassification to protect workers. And we look forward to engaging with congressional leaders and stakeholders to determine the appropriate path forward. And that includes, I'd love to have a follow-up conversation with you after the hearing, not today after the hearing, but within the next, whenever you want, next couple weeks, to talk a little bit about the experience that you've had in your district.
Thank you very much. Since I don't have much time, that I'm going to move on to the second question, that we need to ensure that there is a transparency in use of union funds. It's not just union funds, but other areas too. But for the specifically for union funds, your agency just announced a proposed rule to rescind the T1 form, which requires union trusts, which are organizations such as strike funds and apprenticeship programs, to file their own separate financial disclosures. Congressman Wahlberg and I introduced the Union Transparency and Accountability Act to turn these transparency rules into law. Our bill would require the TI form and LM2 form, which requires unions to disclose the name of any party buying or selling union assets over $5,000 and more, and the LM30 form, which requires union officials to declare whether they receive any income or economic benefits from an entity that does business with the union and employs union members to avoid conflict of interest. With recent scandals in the media, why would you repeal additional and needed transparency? What that message does this send to American people, that you are rolling back transparency and union financial integrity? What misdeeds are being hidden from rank and file union members and the American people?
Thank you. Actually, we're not rolling back anything that's hiding. The Department of Labor collects that information, has it. What the T1 rule was redundancy. It was a second set of the same type of reporting. So there's nothing being hidden here. The reports still have to be filed with the Department of Labor. And what we're doing is and we're collecting that information, that data. It's a transparent process. The T1 rule was just a second redundant reporting requirement that really didn't do anything.
Really? You know what? I hope that you're going to read the rules, that the bill that I introduced with the Congressman Warburg, and then, you know what, we can have a little more discussion about that. And thank you for coming out today, and thank you. And I yield the balance of my time to Ranking Member Fox.
I think your time is already over, so there's no time to yield.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. I understand that the gentlelady from Michigan is back on, so we recognize Ms. Stevens.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, fabulous. Well, thanks to the secretary for this very informative hearing, and what an honor to be with you, and just what an honest to God delight it is to have you in the cabinet role you are in. I just say, it's early, but the ratings are out and you're doing an incredible job. And I, particularly coming from Southeastern Michigan, want to let you know, Mr. Secretary, I love what I've heard today. I think that articulation of how little we are investing in workforce training and development and skilled trades is one of the best articulations I have heard. I have asked every trade association, training group, our unions, and you have it distilled down and have a direction and a vision aligned with the president, by the way, who actually wants to address the problems that have come up today, which is a workforce shortage. As someone who comes out of manufacturing and has dedicated my career to the profession of getting people into skilled jobs, getting them onto factory floors, connected to innovation channels, career growth, and on, I believe this plan is going to get us there. And so what I wanted to do, Mr. Secretary, while I'm privileged to be with you over this Zoom hearing today with our chairman, Bobby Scott, is maybe tease out a little bit more of what we could do to get in front of some of these, build out these workforce development initiatives. Because I think getting more funding in there will do us right by addressing our workforce shortages, our skills gap, 2 million jobs projected in manufacturing, the technology sectors. We've got this turn and burn going with the supply chain. We want to get people back to work, get them back to work safely. But have you thought about, Mr. Secretary, the creation of kind of like an Army Corps of engineers that would be for our skilled trade workforce, dovetailing off of our great, and in partnership with our great union apprenticeship training program? So what I'm getting at is I go every week and visit a manufacturing company. I have a program called Manufacturing Monday. I get to geek out. I get to see their cool machines. I get to meet with a bunch of incredible workers and plant operators. And I just heard this my entire career. We have problems getting people in. I've got an aluminum foundry up in Waterford. Their top guy who'd come in and had been there for 25 years. He'd turn on the furnaces. He'd get there at 5 in the morning. He'd turn on the furnace. An incredible individual who lost his life to COVID-19. My owner is now telling me, Chuck Julian, he can't get that job replaced. So I'm trying to think about, more, I don't know if it's creativity, but just this call to action, right? We want you, we need truck drivers, we need manufacturers, we need people working in construction. And teasing this out, right, of what you're cooking out at DOL. Is it tuition assistance? Is it guaranteed tuition assistance for your offspring? What can we do to inspire people to move into these careers of the future and continue to respond to our incredible challenges and opportunities of advancing Buy American, by making it in America, and growing these industries to scale in places like where I call home, right here in southeastern Michigan?
Well, first of all, thank you for your opening comments. Thank you for your energy and passion that I can see right now. Thank you for what you do going around to your manufacturers in your district, because you understand firsthand those manufacturers. Some are representing union employees and some are representing non-union employees, and you understand the needs that they have. And I think the answer to your question is everything that you talked about, we should try. I think we need to start by passing the American Jobs Plan. Because the investment is in that. We need to make sure we pass the WIOA authorization that we're talking about today, because it's in there. We need to sit down with our employers. Our employers in this country are great. We need to sit down with our employers. We need to sit down with our employees. We need to sit down with organized labor. And we need to collectively, not at one table, but we need to have conversations about how do we create pathways for people into these good paying jobs. Last week, I was in Pennsylvania. I stopped at a manufacturer that did rebar. They did reinforced rebar. That is the foundation of a building. And they were talking about the need for skilled workers, and skilled workers meaning they'll train them on the job, but how do we get the basic skills to those workers? So I was thinking, as I was out there, and I was out there with some congressional people and the mayor and things, there are thousands of companies in America that need this. So all we need to do is make sure we create a space for them to come to the table, to talk about what it is they want to see. And as we make these investments, these job training investments, the outcome will be a job. And the outcome, so we can all look back and say how proud we were of making the investment in 2022 fiscal year budget. And this is what it did for the American worker in the future. So I do think there's lots of opportunity here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. And whatever you need in that charge, I am full force behind you and with you in getting that done. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Ledlow.
Secretary Walsh, Thank you for taking the time to discuss the administration's policies and priorities for the U.S. Department of Labor. Much of the 5th District of Louisiana is rural, which has its unique set of challenges as well as opportunities. It's important that Congress and the administration continue to invest in rural communities and create federal avenues to help these areas flourish and grow. I was especially pleased to see the department's fiscal year 2022 request of $50 million for the Workforce Opportunity for Rural Communities initiative. This workforce program has boosted rural community workforce development efforts across the state of Louisiana and within the 5th District. As I've traveled the district, I've heard from farmers and business owners about the importance of the department's H-2A and H-2B programs. Seasonal workers are vital in helping farmers process their crops and keep businesses running, which in turn benefits the local economy. While I've heard of significant delays and inconsistency in processing these visa requests, I've been informed of a recent issue that our farmers and seasonal business owners have been facing. It's my understanding seasonal workers are using waivers to abuse the system, leaving farmers and producers who have followed all the rules in a bind. For example, a farmer may go through the complex approval process, pay many fees to bring a worker to his or her business, and then the worker decides to abandon the original work site to go to another company. Now the original employer is out of an employee that they were counting on and left footing the bill for someone else. This practice is fundamentally unfair and is significantly hurting farmers and businesses in my district. One suggestion to address this issue is to allow employers to report seasonal employees who do not show up to their original work sites to the Department of Labor. Then next year, as these employees apply for H-2A or H-2B visas, they will have been flagged as deserting their work sites and not be granted a visa for the upcoming season. I believe denying applications of unreliable seasonal workers will help curb this abuse. Secretary Walsh, what do you think about this proposal and what can the department do to curb this abuse of the seasonal worker system?
We're definitely going to look into it, and I'd like to maybe work with you in your office about some of the concerns that the workers, the farmers have, not the workers, the farmers have in your area. And I'm assuming you're not the only district in the country where this is an issue. So I'd love to work with you in there. And thank you for supporting the $50 million investment as well. I appreciate that because it's, you know, we probably, well, I shouldn't say this, but for me, rural American farmers, farming country is new. And I certainly want to do everything I can. My family is from Ireland and my family were farmers. So I certainly have a place in my heart for farmers and farming. So thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. As I've spent the past 3 weeks in Louisiana, I've seen numerous hiring signs and have been hearing from business owners that no matter what they do, they cannot find people to work. In fact, one business had a sign on their door saying they are doing their best to restaff, but they cannot compete with the federal government's expanded unemployment insurance benefits. These additional payments now pose a significant roadblock for the recovery of our small businesses. As our nation recovers, we should be doing all we can to encourage Americans to get back to work. Mr. Secretary, what would you say to those small business owners who point to the expanded federal unemployment insurance benefits as a specific reason why they are struggling to find employees to come to work?
I mean, I think one of the things I would say is that President Biden's economic recovery plan is working. We're seeing more and more Americans go back to work every month, an average of about 540,000. Last month, we saw the second highest 1 month average increase in the last 4 months. We're seeing more and more people looking for work every month. And I think that, you know, as we get more people vaccinated, as we get more beyond the pandemic and seeing, you know, hopefully as our economy return back to the way it was, I would hope over the course of the next several months, we're going to get more and more people back to work and getting more and more people get this pandemic behind us. I mean, that at the end of the day, the employees that are talking to you probably would also tell you in the beginning of the pandemic, they were concerned about, you know, paying payroll. They were concerned about keeping the doors open, the lights on. This has been a tough time for everyone. It's been a tough time for our businesses in this country. It's been a tough time for our workers in this country. Quite honestly, it's been a tough time for everyone. So hopefully we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and we're getting close to the end of that tunnel as regards to the pandemic.
Thank you, Secretary. I yield back my remaining time.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jones is away from his camera right now, so we'll go to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your patience and your tenacity and sticking with us today. I am from the state of North Carolina, and I want to pick up on Representative Letlow asked you about, because I was visiting our semi-annual furniture market in High Point just this weekend. And I have to tell you how thrilled everybody was that we were able to have a furniture market. It was canceled last year. It's incredibly important to the people in my district. High Point has one of the largest furniture markets in the world. And we were thrilled to see so many people there, not only coming back to do their work, but also to be there without masks on. And that is really a tribute to the ability of this administration to get the vaccine out and get shots in arms so that people could go back to work. Now, I did have an interesting conversation with the owner of the largest showroom, the largest furniture company I understand in the world. And he did talk about how he can't find people to work in his factories. He is stymied by the inability to get supplies from the containers that are not being unloaded at the docks. When I did ask him about when he first noticed labor shortages, he admitted that actually he was having trouble finding truckers and other people before the pandemic started. So I'm wondering if you can talk about other issues. Are you hearing about people unable to come back to work because of childcare issues, because of kids not being in school? And is there a component of this problem that of the labor shortage that pre-existed the pandemic that's just we're seeing in a fuller light with what's going on today?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Good to see you again. I think the second part of your question, I think the lack of serious investment in workforce development, job training, and apprenticeship programs has definitely put a strain on the supply of American workers, in the training of American workers. And I think that this investment in the reauthorization in the American Jobs Plan is going to help us. It's an 8-year plan moving forward, 10-year plan in some cases. It's going to help us and help employers in this country get employees that are better trained and better equipped to work in these different industries. I think that's the question. Yes. The second piece is, I think that we can't forget that we've been living for the last 15 months in a worldwide pandemic that we haven't seen in this country in 100 years, that we literally shut down our economy, industry and business, and people working from home. And it's not just a quick turn on the light and everybody comes back. I think that when you think about different cities and towns in America, I mean, up until the last month, most restaurants in this country weren't at 100% capacity. They were at 50% or outside. When you think about workers that were working in those industries that didn't have the ability to get childcare, and thinking about, well, I'm not getting paid. I think that there's a lot of factors that's going into people coming back to work. However, in saying that, in the last 4 months, we've seen 2 million people come back to work, over 2 million people. We're seeing that change. We're seeing money from the American Rescue Plan that's able to get down to childcare facilities. Many childcare facilities in this country might have been supported by states and localities for a couple months, but they weren't supported after that. These childcare facilities that depend on having people in them and children in them to stay open, they lost that ability. So the investment, $39 billion, is important. The restaurant industry, $16 billion investment from the federal government in one plan, and as well as other ones. So I think there's lots of reasons, but as we think about moving forward here, I think we're seeing ourselves climb a steep hill. We're getting to the top of that hill. We're not quite there yet. And I would say if we had this hearing 3 months from now, we're in a very different situation in America with workers than we are today.
Thank you. I want to very quickly ask about the fee that is used that H-1B workers generate. There are a lot of registered apprenticeship opportunities, and with it is a fee to create registered apprenticeship programs. Do you know how the fees are actually used when people get H-1B visas? Are those fees actually used to create apprenticeship programs?
What they're used to be is competitive grants. We use them as competitive grants. the H-1B grant enables the department to respond to the needs of skilled workers for emerging sectors and help them gain the skills they need for employment in high growth areas, that high growth industries. That's where the money's going to those grants.
Thank you. My time is expired. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate your dedication to the labor movement. Northwest Indiana and I are extremely proud to see you lead our Department of Labor and trust that you will stand up for the American workers. Before I begin, I simply cannot miss this opportunity to share that my district has the largest inland oil refinery and the largest concentration of steel production in our nation. And you know where I'm going, I believe. My district has two significant laborers locals, 41 and 81. President Mike Campbell and Kevin Roach remind me every time they see me how proud they are for you to be in this position. And I just wanted to share that with you so you understand their pride here locally in Northwest Indiana. As you know, there has been a race to the bottom as industrial jobs have fled the United States. And as employers have chased low wages, poor working conditions, and the restrictions on workers to exercise basic rights, such as joining a union of their choice, violence against trade union leaders also persists in many countries. Our trade agreements have not leveled the playing field, and when other countries have flouted those arguments or those agreements or trade preference programs, the U.S. government has, for the most part, been slow to enforce the labor standards to which the parties agreed. To bargain, Congress strikes is that in exchange for the free trade deals, U.S. workers are told that there is trade adjustment assistance. That is a good program, but it is not the answer to leveling the playing field. What is the DOL's agenda to protect good jobs, good paying jobs, and what is the International Labor Affairs Bureau planning to do to address the race to the bottom?
Thank you for that, Mr. Congressman. Thank you for your question and comment. And tell my two friends I said hello when you see them again. First with iLab. iLab is not their core function, but one of their functions is to make sure that they raise standards everywhere in this world. And that's something that they continue to work on. And you know, I've had several meetings with iLab here and I've had some international calls as well to make sure that we're raising the quality of workers' life and standard of living for workers around the globe. So that's something that's really important to do. I think the Department of Labor's mission is also at home to make sure we continue to advocate on behalf of the American worker. I think that there's in some cases you talked about people working in industries that are underpaid, underrepresented, don't have opportunities to get into those industries. And I think that you know, the conversation we're having today about the reauthorization of WEO is important. The conversation you had with the American Rescue Plan was important. To be able to staff back up in the Department of Labor over the last 3 years. In some cases, the Department of Labor has been decimated in wage and hour, in OSHA, in places that there's real worker protection. So we're working in many other areas as well. So we're working now to staff up so that we can get those safety precautions and wage and hour in those places up. So the American worker is not taken advantage of. And I look forward to working with. There's many pieces of legislation that you and other people other Congress people have filed. I look forward to working with you and getting some of that passed. Worker rights bill, and also respecting companies and corporations in this country. So we have to be collectively working together, in my opinion. And that's why, you know, Secretary Raimondo and myself have made a commitment, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Labor, that we went to Electric Boat together in Groton, Connecticut. We went out there to send a strong message that it's about the American worker, it's about the American industries, and how do we collectively work together to move the agenda so the worker has an opportunity to get into the middle class.
Secretary, I thank you very much. And I just want to close by saying I believe strongly that not only in my district, but in the state of Indiana and in the nation, that a great part of our divide in our nation has to do with workers feeling left behind in uncertainty. And as we chip away from that with your leadership and President Biden's leadership in bringing our nation together by focusing on the workers, we'll make a great impact in bringing us together. So I appreciate your efforts and look forward to working with you and Look forward to a potential visit in the future to our district. With that, I
Thank you.
yield back my time.
Thank you. The next person I see on the screen is a gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your work thus far. I represent New York's 16th district. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Congresswoman Hayes's question about returning citizens. In my district, I represent the Bronx and Westchester, which includes Yonkers, New York. And I met with constituents recently at Greystone Bakery. They have successfully implemented an open hiring model. I don't know if you're familiar with it, which means they don't conduct background checks. They don't require resumes, none of the conventional requirements typically involved in seeking employment. If a person is seeking employment and there's an opening, then there's a job for that person. This approach has meant returning citizens can access employment without the usual barriers that contribute to recidivism. Given the systemic challenges faced by returning citizens seeking stable employment, how will you lead the Department of Labor in meaningfully improving reentry employment opportunities? And specifically, what can the federal government learn from Greystone and other employers carrying out an open hiring model?
Thank you. Well, first of all, this is an issue that, as I said a little earlier today, I'm passionate about. We have a similar bakery shop, sandwich shop in Boston called the Haley House in Roxbury. That has been operating for, I think, over 10 years in the city of Boston. That does some amazing work there as well. As mayor of the city of Boston, I helped create a pre-apprentice program called Operation Exit through the city, partnering with the building trades. A couple of years ago, we've been able to get about 104 people that have been previously incarcerated or court involved or whatever the situation is into the trades, working in the trades. It's incumbent upon us that we make sure that we create opportunities for people returning from incarceration. It's good for a city. It's good for, first of all, it's good for the individual. It's good for their family. It's good for a city. It's good for a region, because many of these folks that come back from prison, whether short-term or long-term prison, they need an opportunity. And if they don't have an opportunity, they go right back to the corner. I'll use the word corner, maybe the Bronx and Boston. That's it, the corner they came from, and nothing good's going to come of that. So in this reauthorization, we do have money for returning citizens. And also, when I talk about job training, I don't separate who should be eligible for these training programs. We need to be more comprehensive when we think about these retraining programs as we move forward. So you have certainly have my commitment, and I'd love to go visit the bakery. And I'd love to, I mean, I know I'm not the mayor of Boston. I want to take you to Boston, let you see some of the programs that we created there, yeah, and make a model of it, and make it a model in the country.
Appreciate that. Second question, the hardships brought on by COVID-19 have made the obvious painfully clear. Caregiving is essential at every stage of life. We know caregivers are predominantly Black and brown women and immigrant women, and that on the whole, their work conditions and compensation are in great need of improvement. That's why I introduced the Care for All agenda earlier this spring to call for raising pay, benefits, protections, and standards for all care workers, ensuring pathways to unionization, and creating millions of new care jobs over the next decade. Secretary Walsh, the President's American Jobs Plan proposes an expansion of home and community-based care under Medicaid to support caregivers with ability to collectively bargain. That's a good start, but we need to ensure this is implemented well. Recognizing that is under the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, how would you understand the department's role in supporting the successful implementation of that proposal for a workforce that has historically been or underrepresented by unions?
Well, the first step is we need to pass it, and the $400 billion investment is key. And then we're going to work. I mean, the president's been very clear across the cabinet, talking to people's interests in the areas of interest here. So Department of Labor will be very involved in that, making sure it's carried out. As you mentioned, we've seen it during the pandemic. We saw that, and I mentioned earlier in the hearing about workers that these are essential workers that want to work every day. In the beginning of the pandemic, they didn't have gowns, they didn't have N95s. They had high rates of infection. Many of them got sick. The rate of, or the age of the average person is 55 years old working in these facilities. Many of them is their second or third job. So this only makes sense in the cares economy. And then on top of it all, if you're not interested in the worker side of it, think about the care side of it. They're taking care of our loved ones inside of there. And you want to make sure our loved ones that are in there are getting the best care they possibly can get. So I think that's important.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jones is back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Walsh, it is a pleasure to speak with you today and to hear about the important work that you're doing at the Department of Justice. I'm pleased that the priorities set forth in the President's budget
Department of Labor.
And the Department of Labor. I'm sorry, what did I say?
Justice.
You had me in a whole different category.
Justice. I've got a hearing tomorrow with the FBI director, so I apologize. As you know, today's workers face many steep challenges that have never been more apparent than during the COVID-19 pandemic. A federal minimum wage that in no part of the country is a living wage. A lack of paid family and medical leave that makes workers choose between their pay and their well-being. A lack of affordable childcare that has decreased labor force participation. These challenges can be met with bold solutions that meet the needs of American workers and families. With the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan, I'm optimistic that together, Congress and the Biden administration can pass the transformative change that our country needs. I also want to take a moment to make note of your efforts to address issues impacting communities of color. As you mentioned in your testimony, many communities continue to be marginalized as a result of systemic racism and economic inequities. I appreciate your commitment to ensuring vulnerable, disadvantaged, and underrepresented communities are a priority for the Department of Labor and the Biden administration as we work to build back better. My colleague from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, brought up childcare, which is an issue for which I've introduced legislation with Senator Warren, the Universal Child Care and Early Learning Act. The American Rescue Plan provided $39 billion to stabilize the child care sector, effectively saving the child care system from the brink of collapse. This critical funding also makes child care more affordable for families. However, for too many families, the high cost of child care prevents parents, especially women, from participating in the workforce. Can you describe why bold investments in child care are good for the labor force?
Absolutely. I mean, I think, first of all, everything you talked about, I agree with. And bold investments in childcare, well, there's two things I think that benefit. Number one, it benefits the family, benefits to get more women into our workforce, the women that have been pushed out of our workforce, creates opportunity. But also investment in childcare helps the child. If you look at the studies of young people that are in high quality childcare or universal pre-kindergarten, their pathways to success through high school and college are well documented in the benefit of having high quality pre-kindergarten, high quality childcare. So I think when you think about the investment, I think today we're thinking about the benefit of getting women back into the workforce, but the benefit goes so much beyond that, because if you get young people into those programs and they have better outcomes, not only does it strengthen their outcome, it also strengthens school districts' outcomes. It strengthens community outcomes. It allows us the opportunity to not have as many conversations about re-entry and preventative measures. There's a whole bunch of benefits from making that investment today. And I think that right now is the time to do that. Right now, coming out of a pandemic, we see how the system works. In some parts of the country, it's working. In some parts of the country, it's not. What this is, the investments in the American Jobs Plan, the investments in the American Families Plan, it's a universal United States investment for all people. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we do everything we can to pass these investments, but also then it's going to be our job incumbent upon us and governments and states and cities to carry those plans out to make real investments in their communities so they can have real good outcomes.
Thank you so much for that. I noticed today, nearly 2 months after the March 15th deadline, we will have finally an emergency temporary standard for COVID-19 covering healthcare facilities. But I have to ask, why wasn't the March 15th deadline met, and why doesn't the emergency temporary standard cover other high-risk workplaces such as meatpacking plants and correctional facilities?
Yeah, one other thing, it's the nature of the coronavirus. It's working with the different departments we had here. We've gone through this virus, obviously, as we all know. I'm not saying anything that no one understands. Is not predictable. When I got sworn in, I think I was sworn in March 23rd. They were working on a standard. I wanted to get the most up-to-date information. I was working with the CDCs and working across departments. And when we finally got the information, as we sent it over for review, then the CDC actually made some changes as far as the workplace and masks and things like that. So what we did was we made sure some of the most vulnerable workers we have in our country are the healthcare industry, where people are still going in with COVID, getting COVID, being treated by COVID. We put down some other regulations around or some recommendations around other industries. And if we need it, God forbid, we see other spikes, we'll be able to go back and take a look at these other industries if we need these standards enhanced in other areas.
I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Castro, Ms. Sherrill, the gentleman from Kentucky, who's fresh off his own hearing in the Budget Committee, Mr. Yarmouth.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We missed you, but I understand you've had a long day. Mr. Secretary, welcome and thank you very much for the work you do. I have to make a comment before I ask my question, and that is that listening to some of my Republican colleagues, it seems to me they think the mission of the Department of Labor is to defend workers from the unions and not from the employers. And I understand why they got that impression, because of the last 4 years of the Trump Labor Department, that seems like what they were focused on. But clearly, if you read the mission statement of the Department of Labor, as I have, it's to protect the rights of workers and the interests of workers. And thank you for your dedication to that. About 50 years ago, I grew up in my district in Louisville, Kentucky. And about 50 years ago, there was a series of articles in the Louisville paper that won a Pulitzer Prize talking about black lung disease. And I don't think anybody in the country, or certainly in my community, which is a couple hundred miles from coal country, had ever thought about black lung disease or knew what it was. And so there was a lot of attention focused on it then. I think the Mine Health and Safety and Health Administration was created largely to deal with that issue and others similar to it. And we thought we had black lung disease under control, but apparently not. And over the last few years, we've seen a resurgence. And in a hearing we had for the committee in the last Congress, and research that was done by the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, have decided that this is really miners' exposure to crystal and silica. So my question is, after 50 years, we need to finally put the end to black lung disease. And I wonder if the department has a strategy for doing that.
We're certainly committed to finding ways to make sure that workplace is safer and that black lung doesn't impact and affect people. My father was a construction worker. He didn't work in a mine, but he came out to this country in 1956. He worked on projects. Towards the end of his life, 25% of his lung capacity was working. He had emphysema. He was on an oxygen machine for the last 10 years. That was a direct result of working with asbestos and other types of dangerous materials on construction sites. At this point in 2021, there's no reason why we don't have better technology to be able to make sure that workers are safe when they go mining. And that their family members have them around for a long time. So we are committed here at the Department of Labor to work with you and other members of Congress, but also coming up with better measures to keep workers safe.
Thank you. A follow-up question. The Black Lung Trust Fund is now about $6 billion in debt. And the tax rate that on coal that finances the trust fund is set to drop by 55% at the end of this year. Do you, I think about 2/3 of black lung claimants receive their benefits from that trust fund. Do you support extending the black lung excise tax rate? And if so, or if not, what is DOL's plan to bolster the solvency of that fund?
No, thank you. This is an area that one of the first briefings I had as the Secretary of Labor was talking about black lung, talking about the first part of your question about safety measures, and the second part of your question, a trust fund that is running out of money and that continues to operate with a deficit. And in most recent years, as you know, you just stated, the tax revenue has been insufficient to cover the current benefit payments. The fund must continue to borrow against its financial to continue to borrow to pay its financial debt. From the inception, looking at this, the tax revenue has been insufficient to meet the fund's expenses. So I'm committed in any way possible, finding ways to protect minors in the cause of black lung. The Department of Labor also recognizes that coal operators should contribute additional funds to ensure that minors and coal community impacted by black lung disease should be protected without shifting responsibility to taxpayers. However, no determination yet has been made as to the best mechanism for ensuring the trust fund solvency and protecting the minors and their families. So I would love to, I guess, as Secretary of Labor, but think about some other ways of creating opportunities to make some investments in this trust fund.
I appreciate that and look forward to working with you on that. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Congressman.
I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we have the gentleman from New York, Mr. Esperat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for this long day. And I want to thank you for taking all the questions from our members. My first question is, I know that we can all agree that we need to do transportation infrastructure. Transportation infrastructure will be great to give a facelift to the country, to the road, bridges, and tunnels, broadband and public housing and the rest. But it's also a great job producer. However, the transportation infrastructure agenda is different than it was decades ago. It now requires a building green. It now requires building smart. It really requires a different workforce, a differently trained workforce. My first question is, do you think we have that workforce ready if and when we pass a transportation infrastructure bill? Second question is, for many years, communities of color feel that when we have these mega projects, they totally left out. They see the projects going on beautifully around their neighborhoods, but they don't get the jobs. And so I want to know what's going to be different now from OFCCP that will guarantee that these transportation infrastructure mega projects are successful, not just in rebuilding America, but in creating jobs for the community that really need them the most. Now, I'm working with City College, and we have the Charles B. Rangel Transportation Infrastructure program there going. And I'm hopeful that there could be partnerships between an entity like that, academic institutions and labor, to make sure they come down to the communities that are really hurting. So those are my two questions for now.
Yeah, no, thank you. On your first, both questions are very related. Okay, on your first question, I do feel that we have the skilled workforce available to do the work of infrastructure work, whether it's roads and bridges, whether it's the clean drinking water, whether it's the broadband, whether it's electric grids. But the second part of my answer is we have to be real intentional about making sure that equity and inclusion is part of that, so everyone has an opportunity to get on those jobs. And President Biden and Vice President Harris, from the very beginning of their administration, they say what they mean. And the center point, the president has done executive orders to make sure that equity and inclusion is part of each cabinet and department. And the president also, in my conversations with him and with all of us about the American Jobs Plan, this is creating opportunities for everybody. And we need to make sure that the communities of color, the Black community, the Latino community, the Asian community, women have access to these jobs. So yes, which we have the workers ready for it. B, we don't have, in my opinion, enough diversity today, but we have an opportunity with the investments that we're talking about today in WIOA, in the investments in the American Jobs Plan, to get people opportunities for pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeship programs, to get them into the trades, to get them into industry. So we have to be really focused on that, and we can't.
But I hear you, but there is a long-standing distrust, right? That they will be included in these projects. And although there may be a good part of the workforce ready, the fact of the matter is that in communities of color, we need the training, but we also need the unions to be able to open up to these new memberships, right? New communities. What's the model? What do you propose to do that will dramatically change that, right?
When I say training, I meant opportunities for job, but I'll tell you what the model is. The model is a program called Building Pathways in the city of Boston. In 2011, the American Recovery Plan that Congress voted on, you allocated money, they allocated money to retrofit housing authorities across the country. The Old Colony Housing Development in the city of Boston, there was a project labor agreement on that project. We created a program called Building Pathways. That program was for housing. It started out as housing tenants that were living in housing developments that would have an opportunity to get into the building trades. It was 100% guaranteed placement into the building trades. 87, I think, % of the people, roughly the number that are in that program, are people of color. The program's still going. It started under a project labor agreement. Fast forward a bunch of years later, it's still going. Over 500 plus people have gotten into the people of color, have gotten into the building trades through that program. So again, when I talk about we have to be intentional about the program, we have to make sure that it's not just written. It can't just be a pre-apprentice program. There needs to be an outcome. It needs to be connected to a job. So if there's a road job, there needs to be a connecting that you're doing a pre-apprentice program, but that job, that person that's doing the pre-apprentice program needs to get access to that job. We have to be thinking about mandating certain amount of percentage of people to make sure they're working on that project. We have to create pathways for people of color to get into those jobs, into the trades, into our workforce, for good paying jobs.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman. Just a shout out for the 963 million appropriation for youth activity programs. They're very important for East Harlem and my district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You froze up a little bit, but I believe you've already had the Republican gentleman from Wisconsin up, so a couple of them. So I'm going to assume this is me. First of all, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for your recent visit to Wisconsin. I hope it was helpful as you're looking at the programs you're doing. I know to the person that I talked to, people were extremely appreciative and really got a lot out of your visit. So I just want to say thank you for doing that and getting to so many parts of our state. Specifically, I guess I wanted to talk to you about the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. You've been such an outstanding advocate for working men and women around this country. As we're considering making changes to the existing law, what are some of those proven programs and strategies in your view that could be replicated nationwide to better support workers through that program?
I think there are lots of programs. I've spent a lot of time talking to congressional members, your colleagues in the House and the Senate. I've had the chance to serve on the U.S. Conference of Mayors Executive Committee and talking to mayors. I think there's best practices all over the country that, I don't want to stop naming programs, but I think that we have to start thinking about how do we do the alignment of this proposal so we can create real opportunity and make investments. So let me just give you a couple that I think that might be helpful. One is sector-based training and partnerships. I think that's key. I think it's come up several times on the call on the meeting today. Community college training partnerships, reentry training opportunities, expanding quality training and access aligned to quality jobs. And I think we have to look all of this through an lens of equity. I really do. I think we have to continue to be equitable in this. If the president's intention behind the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan, the slogan is "Build Back Better," but it's creating pathways into the middle class, and those pathways in the middle class need to be for all Americans, not just a subset of certain Americans.
One of the things I know some unions do, and particularly my union, National Union of Painters and Allied Trades that I belong to, is some of our apprenticeship programs around the country actually also are doing some of the community college work, and they're allowing people to be able to take advantage of that while they're getting their apprenticeship. So it's not just earn and learn; it's actually even earn and learn plus. Is that something that you think we can further enhance and see those programs expand?
Absolutely, Congressman, and thank you. I mean, when we were in Wisconsin, we went to the training facility, and we saw the instructors that were training apprentices and other people from outside in the area of glazing, in carpentry, and when I say carpentry, it was a painters union hall, but they were showing people how to use the tools. I mean, those programs work. I mean, there's no question about it. And to be honest with you, I've seen it in Boston when these training instructors get an opportunity to kind of interact with folks from the community that might not be apprentices, they get excited about it because they're showing off their skill, they're showing off their profession, and they're showing off an opportunity, what's possible for people. So I think that we should be taking some of the ideas behind the different training centers that we have around the country and use them as the models. I agree with that, as models of success, because they are successful. You get through an apprentice program, you get a membership, you're on the job site, you get laid off, you go back to the union hall, they send you back out to work, they work with employers all day, there's relationships. It's not a battle between labor and management, that they work collectively together. That's a model we should be looking at more and more around this country.
I just one thing I'll add, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman, is this year in Wisconsin, right before former Governor Scott Walker kind of forced our state to become a right to work state, there was a coalition of over 400 private contractors who were opposed it because of the great relationship through these registered apprenticeship programs. They're labor and management, they help train workers, that helps companies who are trying to hire people right now, it helps the workers because they're getting those skills while they're able to work and earn money. And I'm just a huge proponent of registered apprenticeships, and however we can try to continue that work. I know you've been a huge proponent yourself. I really love this incorporation with community college model, and if there's some way we can continue to work on that, count me as someone who would like to work with you on that, Mr. Secretary. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has it on the platform that has not been recognized? If not, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Secretary, you've heard a lot about the impact of the $300 and the hardship that's inflicted on employers trying to hire people. You haven't heard a word about the PPP assistance that we've given employers, hundreds of billions of dollars to help them with their payroll. I thought we ought to just say a word about that. And also the extra $300, you've been coerced in committing to making sure that you don't let it extend past September. Is it my understanding that you don't even have the authority to let it go past September? Is that right?
No, I don't. Actually, you do.
Okay, so that you would need legislation, so you can't, it's gone in September unless the Congress passes a bill, the President signs it. Second, on the apprenticeships, the registered apprenticeships, I think we need to emphasize one major advantage, and that is that you get a nationally recognized credential. That if you go do a registered apprenticeship in Boston, you can come to my district in Norfolk, and they know exactly what you can do and what qualifications you have. You don't get that with an IRAP. Is that right?
That's true.
On the faith-based programs, you said you couldn't comment, so you don't have to comment. But the question on the participation of faith-based organizations participating in labor programs is not whether they can participate, but how they participate. And what they want to do is discriminate in hiring and discriminate in giving benefits. So they can say on a job training program, we're not going to train Jews, or we're not going to hire Catholics. I thought we'd gotten past that in the 1960s, but apparently they still want to do it. That is the issue. If you can get past that, there's no controversy. So I would hope that you'd be strong on that and not allow people to run federally funded programs and discriminate against people based on religion. On the emergency temporary standard, I appreciate telling us that it's been finalized as of last night, but we note that it was due March 15th, and also note that Virginia issued an ETS nearly a year ago. So there's no reason why it couldn't have been done first in the previous administration, or why it's lasted so long. Even with that announcement, we still have questions about the scope and the decision-making process. As you know, I sent a letter to you on June 2nd, 2021, asking for specific information and documents relating to the implementation of the executive order, which required the ETS to be done by March 15th. And I ask unanimous consent to introduce that letter into the record at this time. Without objection, so ordered. Can we get a commitment that you will respond to the letters by producing the requested documents and provide the answers that are asked for in that letter?
Let me, first and foremost, tomorrow we're gonna have a briefing. So if we could have a conversation after that and let me know what you think about the standard after we do the briefing tomorrow, before we get into a conversation on the documents and how this came to about.
There are problems with the standard. Apparently it doesn't include employees at correctional facilities, homeless shelters, meatpacking plants, or nursing homes, just healthcare. We'd like to know specifically how we got to where we are, and that those documents and questions are posed in the letter. So whatever you say tomorrow, we'd still want responses to the letter.
What I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, if it's appropriate, is to set a meeting up with myself, the team from OSHA, and talk about how we got to where we got to in the process. And then if that's not sufficient, then we'll take the next step.
Well, we have a letter pending, and we expect answers to letters that we send.
We'll respond to the letter.
Okay. Could you say a word about, well, I'm running out of time, so let me just ask you to submit for the record what the plan is to implement the administration's $15 an hour minimum wage, how that's to work out, and also the youth employment. We know that youth, they get summer jobs. It's a lifetime benefit. Furthermore, the summer jobs program have been shown to reduce crime so much that the reduction in criminal justice expenses, that reduction exceeds the cost of the programs in some studies. So we want to know what you're doing for summer jobs and other youth opportunities in terms of employment. Also, we know that due to lack of funding, 30%, another question for the record, 30% of the individuals who interacted with the workforce system last year couldn't be served. Only 30% could be served. We're wondering whether or not there ought to be some fund that could be triggered when regions or maybe even the entire country suffer large-scale unemployment, with the idea that the counter-cyclical spending, these things would automatically be available for those areas with very high unemployment, or even on a national scale, without having to wait for Congress to respond. If you could comment on that. And finally, if you could provide a plan that you have, I know you have significant increased funding, what your plans are for the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs. That is a program which can be very important for equal employment opportunities, even in my judgment, stronger than the EEOC, because you don't have to wait for claims to be made to make sure that equal opportunities will be available. If you could provide what you'll be doing with the increased funding so that we can see how the equal opportunity mandate of the OFCCP will be provided. And my time has expired. So at this point, I'll remind my colleagues that pursuant to committee practices, materials for submission for the hearing record must be submitted to the committee clerk within 14 days following the last day of the hearing. So that's by close of business, June 23rd, preferably in Microsoft Word format. The materials submitted must address the subject matter of the hearing, and only a member of the committee or an invited witness may submit materials for inclusion in the hearing record. Documents are limited to 50 pages each. Documents longer than 50 pages can be incorporated into the record by way of an internet link, which you must provide to the committee clerk within the required time, but recognize that in the future, that link may not work. Pursuant to House rules and regulations, items for the record should be submitted to the clerk electronically by emailing submissions to ed.labor.hearings@mail.house.gov. Again, Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for your participation today. Members of the committee may have additional questions for you and I ask that you respond to them in writing. The hearing record will remain open for 14 days in order to receive those responses. I remind my colleagues that pursuant to the committee practice, witness questions for the hearing must be submitted to the majority committee staff or committee clerk within 7 days. Questions submitted must address the subject matter of the hearing. At this point, I will recognize the distinguished ranking member for any closing statement that she has.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And once again, Secretary Walsh, I want to thank you for coming to the committee today and responding to our questions. I believe you have some sincerity in what you want to do. We disagree on the way to approach some of these issues and probably the way to approach most of them, but I don't I don't think that you have nefarious motives. I think that you want to help the situation in the country, and think you want to help others. But we do have some differences of opinions about how we might go about the solving some of these problems. I listened closely to the things you said today. I'm pleased to hear your positive comments about the potential of community colleges. Having been a community college president, I left the university to go to a community college because I believed so strongly in the potential of the community colleges, and I still do. And I'm sure the community colleges are very happy for the attention they're getting from you and from other people in this administration. Since President George W. Bush's administration, community colleges have been getting a lot of positive attention. And my experience is that the good ones have met the needs of their community over the years and will continue to do so without a whole lot of help from the federal government, because they know what they need to do and they'll do it if they're pushed at the local level to do it. I'm also happy, very happy to hear your interest in bipartisan WIOA. When WIOA was first passed, I had the opportunity to work on it a lot, and it was bipartisan, and I very much want it to be that way again. Chairman Scott has expressed the same opinion, and thus far, he and our Democrat colleagues and we have been working together in a bipartisan manner, and we certainly hope that's going to continue. To have effective programs, to pass good legislation, it must be bipartisan. And all that we regret is that we're so often pushed aside and the ideas that we have are not considered because we think we can do a lot when we work together. I also heard you say, Mr. Secretary, that you want OSHA to be helpful to employers and not come in only at emergency time. I think that's going to be big news to most employers in this country, that you want OSHA to be helpful, because that's not the reputation of OSHA, unfortunately. Go back to the issue of bipartisanship. The American people were sold a bill of goods by the Biden campaign. They expected bipartisanship. They did not expect hardline partisanship from the Biden administration, and that's what they've been getting. I also appreciated, by the way, you're saying that you think most employers want a safe working environment and want their employees to be safe. We've talked about that a lot. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I think that employers are all evil people, but having that attitude is a very different attitude from previous Democrat administrations. So I'm so happy to hear you say that. Again, what we hope is that this bipartisanship attitude will extend to other areas where we like to work together with Democrats. We believe that we have good ideas to reduce healthcare costs, unleash the resourcefulness of job creators, and prepare individuals for in-demand, good-paying careers. And by the way, Mr. Secretary, I didn't mean to give you a hard time about what you said about college versus going straight into work. We think everybody wants a good career, no matter what way they decide to go. But where we differ primarily, we believe, with the Democrat Party is that we believe the Democrat Party wants to exert maximum power over people's lives. We believe the pandemic is in the rearview mirror, but by putting out these emergency temporary standards, I think you are holding on to the fact, as you said in one of your comments, that we're still in the middle of a pandemic. We don't believe that we are. People want to get their lives back, and a healthy economy is a prerequisite to a return to our normal lives. But our economic recovery, we believe, is at a crossroads. We don't think we need trillions of borrowed money for the recovery. We basically need the federal government to get out of the way. Our country has responded to economic catastrophes before, and we've always found a way to bounce back stronger. This pandemic's not unique, and in the past, we haven't relied on the federal government to bring us back. The languishing recovery, we believe, is uniquely listless, and it's contrary to the Secretary's view that the Biden administration's policies are working. What makes the economic response different, we believe now, is President Biden's administration's job-killing agenda and the Democrat enablers in Congress. The Democrats' agenda puts special interest ahead of the interest of the ordinary Americans. This agenda rewards the political supporters over American workers. The agenda pays people to reject job offers and stay at home. The agenda works against small businesses. The agenda takes wages from American workers and distributes the money to union bosses. The agenda discourages entrepreneurs and drowns American businesses with onerous regulations and superfluous guidance letters. We're very pleased to hear you say you're going to go through the rulemaking process and the guidance letters are only suggestions. Mr. Secretary, we're going to hold you to that. The agenda undermines workers' privacy rights. The agenda eliminates individuals' ability to find flexible work in the gig economy. And the agenda discourages employers from offering innovative earn and learn models, such as IRAP. But you want to put people into a program that has only a 43% graduation rate, but that the chairman calls a gold standard. I've never heard anybody say 43% passing rate is a gold standard. The agenda bankrupts not just us, but our grandchildren. The agenda does not promise to protect religious freedom, our first freedom in the Constitution. I'm happy to hear the Secretary say over and over that he'll get back to us with answers. I'd like to contrast your response, Mr. Secretary, and the response of Republicans to your saying that with the way our colleagues treated secretaries in the Trump administration. They were hounded when they made comments like that and not given a chance to act like human beings as you have done, and we respect. They were treated very, very rudely. We believe that it's important that we respect all people, even if we disagree with you on political terms. So we're just going to politely remind you, Mr. Secretary, of your commitments and look forward to hearing back from you on those. We and the American people are waiting to see how the Biden administration is going to allow our freedoms to remain, allow this economy to come back to life as it was in 2019, and to show us that the policies that you have will work for us. And again, Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming today. And we look forward to working with you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you as well.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. Secretary Walsh, thank you again for being with us. Let me first say that in terms of a college education, I believe there's a value to a college education independent of future employment. I think there's inherent value in a 4-year on-campus liberal arts degree. And maybe we just have to disagree on that. But I think I want to thank you for joining us and sharing your vision on how the department can support our nation's workers, job seekers, retirees, and families. Today's hearing made clear how critical your leadership and the leadership of this administration have been for workers and the economy. As we have discussed, the American Rescue Plan was a monumental step in our recovery effort, resulting in a record number of jobs created. Now, I can understand why the Republicans want to criticize that policy because none of them voted for it. But the jobs were created, and it's continuing to show benefits. But we need to continue. With this enactment, we promised the country that help was finally on the way. And with this historic investment, the package is paying off and helping communities get back on their feet. Businesses are reopening, students are returning to their classrooms, workers affected by the pandemic are gradually rejoining the workforce. The policy is working. Yet today's hearing also highlighted that we still have a lot of work to do. Even as our recovery continues, far too many workers, including those who have fought on the front lines of the pandemic, are still having trouble providing for themselves and their families. The department's budget request, as well as the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan, represent the next steps we have to take to address these challenges. By making smart and targeted investments, these proposals will help ensure that all workers in the country can benefit from a strong and shared recovery. Secretary Walsh, we look forward to continuing our efforts to keep workers safe and build back an economy better than what we had and one where everyone can succeed. I think we're well on their way, and I want to thank you for being with us today. It's been a long day, and I thank you for your patience and tolerance. You've faced some tough questions, but I think you've presented an agenda that we can be optimistic about the future. So thank you very much. And if there's no further business to come before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.